stupid question this morning. We need to know how many phases of the moon there are. 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Mike B, who's online. Yo, Mike B, good morning.
Hey, good morning, you bitches.
Good morning to see you, bitch.
All right.
Hi, Mike.
How many phases of the moon are there, Mike?
Would that be 8?
There would be 8. Yes. Hang on a second. The waxing and waning. All right, Mike.
And whatnot.
Going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street in Manayunk this Saturday, October 21st, featuring over 50 scare actors, live scare actors, production quality sets, props, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about the serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk, and tickets and information available at LincolnMillHaunt.com. At the box office, we'll start with that. Man, as you would imagine, Taylor Swift killed it.
Oh, yeah.
Made nearly $100 million at the box office.
$100 million.
Yeah,
And they were
97 was the final total I saw.
and they were charging, I believe, like $30 a ticket for some tickets.
My
I
friend
don't
paid
know.
$20 a ticket. She bought 2 tickets.
Yeah.
It was $40. The showing was so late that our kids didn't make it. So.
Oh, my God.
You meaning they fell asleep or
They just didn't go.
they just didn't go?
No, yeah, they didn't make it. It was late.
Was
it was like a 10:30
2 hours
show.
and 48
wow.
minutes.
Yeah,
It's
long.
concert level.
Yeah. My daughter went last night. I guess the showing is at 9:30. They don't have school today. But it was funny because she was going in just like a regular like PJs and sweatshirt or whatever. Like, aren't you going to go dress up? Like, people are dressing up for this thing. You know, people are standing up, and it's not like your normal movie going experience where you just sit there and watch the movie. Like, people are up and dancing and singing and shouting and
jumping and
Did
twirling.
she end up getting dressed up?
no.
Okay.
No.
You were dressed up.
I was dressed up.
You went to it?
No.
Okay.
No, Steve just said that, and I agreed with him.
All right, so
It's
Taylor
better to
Swift,
agree with him than
the
Don't
Eras,
fight me, man. You're going to lose.
the Eras tour was number 1, followed by Exorcist, The Believer, Paw Patrol, The Mighty Movie, Saw, X, The Creator, A Haunting in Venice, The Blind was number 7, followed by The Nun 2, Equalizer 3, and then Dumb Money rounded out the top 10.
Do you know what the Taylor Swift movie, when when it ended up, all the other movie companies were watching to see where they were going to place it because they wanted to get their inventory out of the way.
Really?
They're like, no.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to start off with sad news. Suzanne Summers passed away. She died on, yesterday morning, and today would have been her 77th birthday.
Aww.
So she passed right before her birthday. Yep. According to her longtime publicist, Corey Hay, he wrote she survived an aggressive form of breast cancer for over 23 years. Said that
Do you know she didn't do chemo? She refused to do chemo.
I did not know
The
that.
fact that she was able to hold it in abatement for that long using, she had a very healthy lifestyle.
That's what she used, how she ate instead of doing the chemo. She was really, my girlfriend texted me last night. She goes, hey, don't you remember the Suzanne Summers diet? And I had completely forgot. We did, whatever her diet was, she had a book, and it was like eating the food groups in like certain orders throughout the day or something like that. But apparently her and I did this in college, and we followed the Suzanne Summers diet. But she was
Did you have a Thigh Master?
we didn't have a Thigh Master, but we did do her exercises. But she was very into her health, and that was the reason she didn't do chemo. She said it was like putting poison into her body, and it was just completely opposite of who she was, and she couldn't do it.
Right. She was surrounded by her husband, Alan, her son, Bruce, and her immediate family. Her family was gathered to celebrate her 77th birthday, October 16th. Instead, they will celebrate her extraordinary life and want to thank her millions of fans and followers who loved her dearly, according to the statement. A private family burial will take place this week, and a memorial will be held in November. Prior to her birthday, she had told People magazine that she was looking forward to spending the special day with her loved ones. In the same interview, Alan Hamill, her husband, who wed her in 1977, praised his wife's resilience ahead of their special day. He said, Suzanne, I just returned home from the Midwest, where she spent 6 weeks of intensive physical therapy. Even after our 5 decades together, I still marvel at Suzanne's amazing determination and commitment, he said. She had shared that her breast cancer had returned for the first time since her first diagnosis in 2000 in an Instagram post in July. So it had resurfaced then, and she was fighting it. Obviously, in addition to her iconic roles as Chrissy Snow on Three's Company and Carol Foster Lambert on Step by Step, she also starred as Sheriff Hildy Granger in She's the Sheriff. I vaguely remember that.
Brief series, I remember that one.
She was also known for her books. She penned over 25 books and was a New York Times best-selling author, and for her health and beauty business ventures, namely the Thigh Master exercise equipment as well.
And of course, American Graffiti. She was the blonde in the car that Richard Dreyfuss falls in love with just on sight. And so that was the beginning of it. We have a collection of some clips, Preston. One of them is a collection of Chrissy moments from Three's Company.
All right, let's play that.
Well, this is typical getting a girl pregnant. Only a man would do a thing like that.
We'll invite him up here. When he gets here, we'll butter him up, flatter him, and treat him like he's one of the family.
He's right. A member of your own family can't raise the rent. It'd be like incest.
And then this is her talking about what she's learned through the years.
What life taught her.
All right.
The most valuable thing I figured out about who I am is that I am not perfect. I tried so hard my whole life to be perfect. I'm not perfect. It's such a relief. I'm just like all of us. And I make mistakes. I learn from my mistakes. In fact, all the negatives in my life have been my greatest learning lessons.
I remember, I think it might have been for her 75th birthday or something like that. She posed in some kind of...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or she naked.
In a bathtub, wasn't she?
Yeah.
She was out also, I think she was out in like a field, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We had her on a number of times.
Yeah, so 77 years old. She lived a full life and had a lot of great things happen, but it's obviously sad to see her go.
I got to say about the husband, Alan Hamill, years ago, I used to think he was kind of douchey. And then throughout the years, he really stuck by her. And when times were lean for her, I mean, they were, good for him. I mean, he obviously a better person than I'd originally thought.
The family of Mary Lou Retton, the gymnast, says that she is making remarkable progress in her battle with a rare form of pneumonia that landed her in intensive care. McKenna Kelly, one of her 4 daughters, posted an update on Instagram Saturday that said the 55-year-old Retton's breathing is becoming stronger and her path to recovery is steadily progressing. Though it's a lengthy journey, witnessing these improvements is incredibly heartwarming, she wrote, and she's beginning to respond to treatments. The family disclosed earlier this week that Retton was fighting for her life and unable to breathe on her own after being diagnosed with pneumonia. And donations poured in to a fundraiser the family set up to help offset her medical expenses after the family said she didn't have medical insurance. There have been more than 7,500 donations totaling over $415,000.
That's awesome.
By the way.
You feel good when you do stuff like that. I remember I helped out this guy who helped out this woman who got stuck. She was by one of the casinos.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and
You ran out of gas?
You heard the story.
I heard the story. Yeah,
$20.
I remember this.
Yeah, I remember that.
How does she not have medical insurance?
I don't know.
That blows my mind.
There's been people were questioning, that online about, this whole crowdfunding thing when she has been a very successful, business person.
Yeah, I read she lives in a $2 million home. And
I don't know.
I don't think she lives there anymore. And she's lost a lot of money since she got divorced. And perhaps when she got divorced, she also lost her health insurance. So that was back in 2018 that she got separated. And Casey, she does not live in that house anymore.
So she's doing better, apparently.
Good.
So we'll see. Will Smith shared his reaction to all the details revealed in Jada Pinkett Smith's new memoir titled Worthy. One of the many things that the actress writes about is the fact that the pair have been secretly separated since 2016. We covered that last week. So he said in an email, he told the New York Times that the book kind of woke him up a bit. And he feels that Pinkett Smith is more resilient, clever, and compassionate than he'd understood. He said when you've been with someone for more than half your life, a sort of emotional blindness sets in. And you can all too easily lose your sensitivity to their hidden nuance and subtle beauties.
The hell is that mean? I'll tell you this. He got his head all twisted up. And I think from the beginning, he clearly was far more into her than she was into him.
What are these clips that you have, Steve?
The clips are of her talking about her what really shocked her with the Oscar slap.
Okay, let's do that one.
that
Face
one?
down.
Okay.
Clip 2. Here we go.
And Chris looks to me and he says, Jada, I meant no harm. And Will's still talking. He's like, he's still, because now he's mad because Chris is talking to me. And I go, Chris, this is about some old That's all I could think to say, right? And I couldn't really take in his apology.
So that was So Chris Rock had walked over to the side of the stage apparently, and there was this exchange we never saw. And apparently Will had been aware of the fact that Chris Rock had called when he perceived they were splitting up initially years ago and asked about. So there was bad mojo.
He'd asked about maybe, what their relationship was because he was interested in dating Jada.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. And then this was sad to see, too. Actress Piper Laurie.
Yep.
Best known for her roles in Carrie and Twin Peaks and The Hustler, has died. She was 91, so she
Good
lived a
life.
very full life. The three-time Oscar nominee's manager confirmed the news on Saturday, describing Laurie as one of the most remarkable and versatile actresses of her day, a brilliant and creative mind, and a glorious human being. She made her big screen debut when she was a teen in the Ronald Reagan-fronted comedy Louisa. She continued to find on-screen success over the next 5 years. And
would you like to pet my monkey?
She worked with Rock Hudson and Tony Curtis and several others. And offer to star as pool shark Eddie Felson's girlfriend in The Hustler, which of course starred Paul Neumann, was her award for. It was an Academy Award-winning role for her. She earned her first Oscar nomination. She didn't win. I'm sorry, it was an Oscar nomination, but that was in 1961. And she wouldn't appear in another film until 1976. She took a long break, and that's when she played Margaret White, the domineering religious fanatic mother of Carrie.
They're all going to laugh at you.
That was her in the horror film Carrie. Her terrifying performance in the Brian De Palma classic had not only secured Laurie a place in the annals of horror history, but also her second Oscar nomination. Oh, wow. Her third and final Oscar nomination for her role in the 1986 drama Children of a Lesser God. She won. She won that. I think she won for that one. She won an Emmy Award, but she just nominated 3 times.
She might have been just nominated.
Yeah. So she won an Emmy Award that same year for her performance in the television film Promise.
But it's like they say, just being nominated is losing.
And she also is beloved for her performance as Catherine Martell in Twin Peaks, for which she won a Golden Globe in 1991.
She's great.
So, she was in tons of stuff.
Her performance as Carrie's mother, though, was just amazing. Yeah. I mean, if you wanted the worst maternal situation, I mean, she's the epitome of it. And she's even more horrific because in her mind, she's doing right for Carrie.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. So she'd been in a lot of other roles like Frasier, Will and Grace, ER, Touched by an Angel, MacGyver even.
I think she was actually she was a movie, I think it was called Tim, and Nick, if you could check this, it might have been the first movie that Mel Gibson appeared in.
Really?
She was...
So late 70s, you think, Steve?
Yeah.
Early 80s, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also her final on-screen performance was as a grandmother in the Matthew McConaughey-led film White Boy Rick in 2018. So she worked for, a very, very long time.
Yeah, Tim came out in 1979, and she was one of the stars, along with Mel Gibson. Yeah,
they have like a little romance.
All right. So this one, not somebody passing away, but wrapping up their career. He's hinted at it before, but now it seems that Michael Caine is officially hanging up his coat on his acting career due to the lack of good leading roles. The British double Oscar winner, aged 90, told the BBC on Friday that his latest movie, The Great Escaper, will be his last outing on screen. He said, "I keep saying I'm going to retire. Well, I am now."
I'd like to see him go out with one big action movie.
He said, I'm
going to blow your goddamn brains out.
He said, "I've figured I've had a picture where I've played the lead and had incredible reviews. What am I going to do that will beat this?" He added that the scarcity of leading roles for a man his age had factored into his decision. He said, "The only parts I'm liable to get now are 90-year-old men or maybe 85. He said, "They're not going to be the lead. You don't have leading men at 90. You're going to have young, handsome boys and girls, so I thought I might as well leave with this."
He would be in incredibly, top-level films with top-level scripts and directors, but he was not beyond taking Jaws the Revenge and movies like that now and then as well.
His words bring down the curtain on an extraordinarily enduring career, lasting 77 years and accruing 176 IMDb credits to his name, including 2 Oscar wins for Best Supporting Actor for Hannah and Her Sisters in '86 and The Cider House Rules in '99.
By the way, when he won one of those Oscars, he was awake, could not accept it in person because he was shooting Jaws the Revenge.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. The Great Escaper, the most recent role, sees him star as a real-life Bernard Jordan, a war veteran who left his care home on the British South Coast without telling his wife or carers to attend the 70th anniversary of D-Day commemorations on the Normandy coast. He co-stars with the late Glenda Jackson, who died soon after completing the film. And just for fun, I have Marissa pull this audio. There's this exchange that cracks me up. It's from a show with Steve Coogan and Rob Brydon, and they are doing their Michael Caine impressions for each other. And so I love this. I want to play this audio. So they're at they're having lunch and they're going back and forth about who does a better impression, and it's just great.
Well, broadsheet journalists have described my impressions as stunningly accurate.
Well, they're wrong. I've not heard your Michael Caine, but I assume it would be something along the lines of, "My name's Michael Caine."
That is where you are so wrong. And you can look at my live video for proof, because that's the very thing I don't do. I say that he used to talk like that.
Do you, Michael Caine?
Okay. I say Michael Caine used to talk like this in the 1960s, right? But that has changed. And I say that over the years, Michael's voice has come down several octaves. Let me finish. And all of the cigars and the brandy, don't let me finish, can now be heard.
Okay.
I've not finished in the back of the voice, and the voice now. I've still not finished. The voice.
Because you're panicking.
Because you look like you're about to bloody talk. Let me finish. Right, so Michael Caine's voice now in the Batman movies and in Harry Brown. I can't go fast because Michael Caine talks very, very slowly.
Right, this is how Michael Caine speaks. Michael Caine speaks to his nose like that. He gets very, very specific. It's very like that. When he gets loudly, it gets very loud indeed. It gets very specific. It's not quite nasal enough the way you're doing it, all right? You're not doing it the way he speaks. You're not doing it with the kind of... And you don't do the broken voice when he gets very emotional. When he gets very emotional indeed. She was only 16 years old. She was only 16. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. That's Michael Caine.
He's got such a distinct voice.
He does.
What is that
so
from?
distinct. It's from a show, Nick. I've forgotten the name of it, but it's on the BBC.
Okay, so they're not actually arguing. That's they're having fun.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
Yeah, it's from a show.
The Trip?
Yeah, it's from The Trip.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's up there on the screen. The funny thing is, Michael Caine's had that accent, that pronounced accent, which he dealt with and throughout his career. His first movie, his big major movie, was playing sort of an effete upper class Brit.
Yeah.
So, which was totally alien to him in a movie called Zulu.
Okay.
So he's like one of these guys.
Okay.
Playing completely against his type.
A guilty pleasure of his. You talk about movies that he would take on is Victory.
Oh,
with Sylvester Stallone.
It's great. Yeah.
I just love that movie.
I don't understand you. Soccer ball, you call it football. And there's going to be some difficulty.
Yeah. Paley was in that movie too.
Paley was great. Listen, I dig that movie. I enjoy that movie.
How many times do they in that when he does the bicycle rainbow kick or whatever?
Oh, they show it like 5 times.
Yeah.
5?
I don't
feel like
know.
they show it like 1,000
Like
times.
a billion.
It's so damn cool. It was like 1 billion times. I didn't even know that. Yeah.
It was like 1 billion.
He was there.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, this is a very weird story, and I know that a lot of people find the movie Sandlot to be a treasure. Well, one of the actors in it, Marty York, who played Yeah, his mother was murdered recently.
Whoa.
And the search is on for the suspect. The county sheriff's deputy, his mom, Deanna Esmail, was found dead in her California home on Thursday morning. And as the department continues to grieve one of its own, the search is on for the alleged killer. Esmail's boyfriend, Daniel Walter, a.k.a. Edward Patrick Davies, is suspected and wanted for homicide. They were able to locate his vehicle, but they cannot find him. In a social media post, Marty York reacted to his mother's death and urged people with information to call authorities. He said, "This is the hardest post I'm ever going to have to write. Last night, my mother was murdered by a man that she was seeing. And right now, there's a nationwide manhunt. If you've seen this man, please call the police immediately. He said, I can't even comprehend what's happening right now, but I feel if I find this person, I'm going to physically maul him. He said, I pray to God I don't find him because it will be a fate worse than hell.
He got, and since he was a kid in the movie, he got jacked up. Yeah, big dude.
But his mother.
That's horrible.
Murdered, and she's a police officer.
Yeah.
So that's very strange. So hopefully we'll have a resolution and they'll get this guy off the street. That's crazy. Let's see. A couple other quick things to run by you. Oh, here's a follow-up to last week. That clip of Jerry Seinfeld saying that there was something about a Seinfeld reunion.
Yeah.
Maybe people were conjecturing this and that. Well, Julia Louis-Dreyfus shared what she knows about it. She said, he had said on stage, something is going to happen that has to do with that ending, meaning of Seinfeld. He said, it hasn't happened yet. Just what you are thinking about, Larry, David, and I have also been thinking about. So you'll see. And she told The Guardian, yeah, I saw that last night. And I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
So this would then feed into the notion that this was a clip that was from another time, another place.
Well, nobody has said that yet. Nick kind of guessed at that.
Yeah, I only guessed it because of the association with Curb, and they did that Seinfeld reunion on Curb a few years ago, and Jerry just looked younger to me. But
he's got more hair.
I honestly, I have no idea if I'm right or wrong. I honestly think that I'm wrong at this point, but I don't know.
Why would he say that? What?
Well, yeah, Steve, his hair is a lot more cropped and he's balding some, and in that clip,
it's pretty full.
It looks like it's kind of a full head of hair.
Let's CSI this thing.
Here's my problem with it. That one outlet, I think it was Variety when you brought it up last week, Preston, reported on it. Every subsequent reporting on it quotes the Variety
without checking
any further on it. So Variety says this thing happened. Then everybody that has said, oh, yes, this is real, is just quoting the Variety article.
Sadly, that's not the way we do. Well, we don't do news that way here.
That's why we have reporters in the field.
Incredible fact checking.
Yeah.
But Variety's legit.
It's legit.
It's one of the
absolutely
most legit
but
entertainment.
Still, you check, right?
Yeah, that's probably why I'm wrong and they're right.
Who knows? All right, so Chris Evans addressed his really, really great marriage to Alba Baptista for the first time at the New York Comic Con on Saturday. He said, it's a lot planning a wedding. For those of you who are married, you know that it takes a lot out of you. He said, but now that we're through that, we're just enjoying life, gearing up for autumn, my favorite season. Now we're just relaxing and enjoying life and reflecting.
Kathy, you should send him the fall activities.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Captain America loves fall activities.
Chris Evans was at Floral and Hardy.
So Evans and Baptista have had 2 weddings in September, one in Massachusetts and the other one in Portugal. And one last thing, and then we'll move on to the clips. And I know you're going to be torn up about this, but it seems that Sophie Turner and Joe Jonas's divorce is affecting the Game of Thrones actress's relationship with actress Priyanka Chopra, who's married to Nick Jonas. Page 6 reports the pair have unfollowed each other on Instagram.
That's true.
I know.
It's true.
A moment of silence, if you will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's right.
I saw this. So the sites that I kind of scanned for information and prep, I saw this big splash. It was like breaking news. Sophie Turner unfollows Priyanka Chopra.
I don't want to talk to you.
That's the big news. And I think in the long run, Sophie will end up the loser because Priyanka always puts up these great bass fishing videos.
Oh, she does?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, it's just a lot of fun. That's the way things are reckoned these days.
Yeah.
Who's following who unfollows
but
who.
Surprisingly, Turner still follows all of the Jonas brothers.
What?
As well as Kevin Jonas's wife, Danielle Jonas. So that
does not make any sense.
There's something deeper here, man.
I was about to fully curse on air.
It's just a way to stay connected, but not really.
Well, maybe they were besties, or maybe they had a friendship, and it's going to put too much strain on it. But maybe, Kathy, in your mind, I think you might be right that she's going to be able to gather intelligence on the periphery and mount her attack.
Correct.
The full frontal
Absolutely.
assault.
Coming in the front door, guns a-blazing.
All right, and I think we're ready. Is it mystery clips?
No, we don't have them at all.
Okay. We don't even have clips.
They're coming, I bet you.
So 2 more moments of silence for Priyanka Chopra.
Instead, let's play the step-by-step theme.
Okay.
This is it.
Dream got broken, seemed like all was lost. What would be?
I didn't watch one single episode of this show.
Patrick Duffy, right?
Yeah. What's that?
Patrick Duffy.
Yeah, he was the husband, Suzanne Summers. I believe Stacy Keenan. Is she one of the daughters in this show?
I think so.
This was like at the tail end of me watching. What is that? The Friday. What they call that? TGIF.
TGIF, yeah. And this show was fine.
I only watched it because she was in it. Like that was my
You're a big
main reason,
fan.
but I never really got like super into the show.
Do you realize how much Three's Company has affected your life, Kathy? Because the whole John Ritter thing we've explained on air.
Kathy wouldn't be on this show probably if John Ritter didn't die.
God rest his soul.
I know, God rest his soul. It was Kathy's final rehearsal or audition with us, and she was just kind of being very businesslike leading up to that point, and just doing the traffic and not interjecting much. And then John Ritter died, and she was just like, "Oh my God, I loved him!" And we saw Kathy's personality come out,
and then bingo.
You know, that show was a show that I watched with my parents growing up. So that was like, appointment TV. We would sit down, and we would watch the show whenever. I don't even remember when it was on, if I watched it in real time or reruns. I don't remember, but that was like the family show.
And Joyce DeWitt, still alive, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, somebody's saying this is not the theme song to Step by Step. It wasn't?
It
is.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, Marissa's giving the thumbs up. And by
yeah.
the way, in a follow-up, a couple of people texted in and said they may have caught the killer of Marty York's mother.
Oh, well, that'd be good.
I'll do a little research and check on that.
Because we do our research.
Yes, up to a certain point.
Yeah.
And then we don't do it.
Research meaning, does this look true to you?
Case, does this look real?
Yeah, sure. I don't know.
I did my research.
Yeah.
Nick
Oh,
is...
wow. The boyfriend of the mother was arrested.
All right, so, they got him.
All right,
See that?
All right, now we're ready for clips.
Top that, AP.
Foe is a sci-fi thriller that stars Saoirse Ronan and Paul Mescal in a grim near-future study of humanity and artificial humanity. And in this clip, director Garth Davis talks about the editing process and what they focused on.
Yeah, I mean, it is two movies in one, and that's not an easy thing to pull off. And we had to really think about, we have to be truthful, because if you watch it the second time, it won't feel real, if that makes sense. So we had to really make sure that all the choices we're making were truthful, but then we had to kind of hide the truth through our choices.
You got it, dude.
Foe is in theaters now, by the way. Next clip. Steve, you're going to love this. Dix the Musical.
Dix the Musical
is an American musical comedy film based on the off-Broadway musical Effing Identical Twins. And in this clip, director Larry Charles discusses how the wild and wacky movie came together.
I find every line of dialogue, there's so many throwaway lines of dialogue, and the songs also, every lyric is kind of brilliant. So, I mean, I think it has this kind of lasting value. Talking about the length of a dick. Hopefully, I feel like this has a very long, can a dick have a long tail? Whatever it is.
I dumped out on
Yeah, because you can't say one part of that. This is the Nathan Lane?
It's got to be, because
yeah.
that teaser video that we had, Steve, with Nathan Lane singing, it said it was from Dix the Musical. So,
yeah, with the Sewer Boys.
Yep, the Sewer Boys, which it looks like it's going to be bizarrely awesome. Very weird and funny and trippy.
Yeah. It's A24's first foray into musicals.
Right. They do all horror stuff, and they're really well known for their top quality horror movies.
All right, we'll see how this plays out. Dix the Musical is in theaters now, by the way. All right, and there you go. That's the entertainment report that we have this morning. A lot going on today. First and foremost, somebody, John Brazier, is going to be stopping by here, hopefully in a little bit.
It's a ritual. It's a good luck charm.
Yeah, most definitely. And he's going to give us a rundown of what's happening at the ballpark tonight and tomorrow, what you can expect, times, and all that stuff. Ari Shaffir is going to be on the show, and we have a few other guests joining the program. On top of all that, this is our final week of Crumb Bum Cash. So get that money while you can. Your first opportunity coming up in less than an hour at 8 o'clock. So $1,000 could be yours. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. He sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Or whatever. Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it.
Mm-hmm.
And just
he's praying over the corrosion in his air.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just as plain.
Listen to this.
The Lord said to me.
Okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking.
What?
And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What do you... Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
This is your thing. Mm-hmm. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Come on. Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the.
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down in a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just want to, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
Took a while to do it. I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays
Oh my God.
are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, oh maybe. I just maybe.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so that's there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So we laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying it, yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
Too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school, the schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something, she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
my wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or
that's
something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like,
It's a title. It's a title.
This kid walking along. That you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean?
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. I just.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal
I don't
preference.
think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do you want your
like
server? What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Young, sorry.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So we got a guest. We're going to chat with everybody excited about, obviously, the National League Championship Series gets underway today. There's a couple videos that were posted recently that were a lot of fun, and it was Bryce Harper's 3-run homer. Obviously, that was just insane. And our next guest has kind of tweaked him a bit with audio.
Yes.
And, you know what? I'll play. This is if Jim Gardner would have been doing the play-by-play.
Yes.
and how he would have called that 3-run homer. Here we go.
And Bryce Harper, that absolute stud, just obliterates that one into the Schuylkill River as the Phillies take a 4-1 lead over the Braves, almost exactly how Game 3 went last year in the division series. And the Braves have absolutely no shot now. And as Harper rounds second base, he stares right at Arcia, who is peeing his pants.
So that's not Jim Gardner. Jim did not actually speak those words. It's audio. It's artificial intelligence.
Jim did see that and is curious as to how it was actually produced.
Yeah, I am too. So we are going to welcome. He is a editor, writer, digital content producer for Philly Influencer. This is Nick Piccone. He was on the show this morning. Hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem. So, all right. So Jim Gardner himself commented on this. That must have been pretty freaky.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason I don't tag people sometimes. I wasn't sure how he'd react. So obviously people replying to that tweet tagged him and he saw it. And almost, I think it was like less than an hour later, he had retweeted it and was like, how did you do this? It's either incredible or creepy. And I was just like, oh my God, hopefully we can go incredible. Yeah. It was just like a funny idea. And, I didn't think it would take off like it did, but Jim Gardner's a legend, so I loved it.
The fact that he retweeted it obviously is the thumbs up on it. But it's amazing what they can do. You can hear a little bit of the digital artifacts, but I mean, tone. The fact that measured, information source that we turned to for many years was saying pissed his pants it's just very funny. But he's a massive fan, of the sports and the Phils as well. So I'm sure he got a kick out of it.
Yeah, and it's hard. I actually got into this AI software because of wrestling. Somebody was doing a Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain Heenan podcast parody using their voices, and that was great. If you're a wrestling fan from the 80s and 90s, you know those names, how entertaining they were, and that's kind of what got me into that software. And I'd it'd just be funny. I never really used it until it was just more wrestling related. I would use Jim Ross's voice to just be it'd be funny to hear him call random things. But then I saw Jeff McDevitt on Twitter. He usually uses the Action News theme song, and he was like, here's all 11 home runs of the NLDS set to the Action News theme song. And somebody replied to him, now we got to do Jim Gardner calling all those home runs. So that gave me the idea. And I was like, well, I can't do all 11 home runs. Let me do the biggest home run of the division series and see how that comes out. So I don't think it could have been more perfect.
Is it pretty easy to do?
It's, I'm still learning.
Okay.
I haven't perfected it. It's hard to obviously get that excitement. You try different things to get his voice to be more excited, but it takes a while. And I thought actually him just being that newscast, voice of just serious Jim Gardner would actually be funnier, and it kind of worked out.
You're right.
Could you take the clips that we have of Mayor Frank Rizzo, and is there enough there, and have him call?
It's got to be at least a minute long.
Yeah.
So if they add up to longer than a minute, that would work.
We've got more than enough, and we also have him getting pissed. We have him talking softly, and I think that would actually probably be easier. But there's not a lot of audio that you could use as a reference for Jim Gardner, yelling or getting excited, or he's always Jim.
Exactly.
Yeah, Nick, I love following you on Twitter. I did a top 5 Knicks of Philadelphia not that long ago, and you replied saying, where do I rank on the list, which I thought was amusing. And so I bumped you into the top 5. But you go along during the games, and you post really quickly. You'll use audio from Phillies radio broadcasts, national TV broadcasts. You'll do the away teams. How do you get that audio so quickly? How do you post them up on Twitter so quickly? And how much of an effort does it take?
It's, I got to be on top of it. I've been doing it for a few years, but obviously you have to kind of perfect it as I go. So I think by now I've done it for about 5 years, but once I am able to get a routine down, and thankfully the audio is available via the internet stream now, so it's a little easier to get. than if I were to listen to the radio and try and record that way and then upload it and do all that. The fact that it's available via stream on the internet makes it easier. And I know a lot of people, I think the first one that I did that really gained traction was back in 2019, Bryce Harper's game-winning grand slam against the Cubs when nobody thought, they were going to win that game.
Right.
So I did, the Phillies radio call. I did the Spanish call at that time, and people were loving it. So I'm like, maybe I can, make this a thing. And it's just, trying to get that routine down to I could still watch the game and enjoy it as long as I set everything up on, my computer and stuff beforehand.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions. Is as this becomes your thing, and you're excited and you're getting traction on it. As with anything now, it's like I got to make sure I get that, and it becomes more of an obligation. There's a percentage of that, and has that extracted at all your enjoyment, or has it augmented it?
No, I think it's augmented it. I appreciate it more, and I appreciate that people have told me privately and even on Twitter publicly that I increase their enjoyment of watching these games, and that's all I need to hear. If I'm doing that for you, I want to keep doing that for you. And the Phillies World Series run last year was just kind of the beginning. I've been doing the Eagles and Phillies for a few years now. Obviously, the Phillies World Series run, everyone's paying more close attention, and they see, the clips and hear the audio, and the fact that they were my dad is in California, and we bond over the Phillies through your clips is just incredible.
That's cool.
I never really thought about when I started it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's I definitely want to get that up. If not just for, those people.
The truth is, I mean, that's exactly the case for me, Nick. And by the way, I want to give your Twitter account. It's @_Piccone, Piccone. And I share them with my family. And if I'm lucky enough to be at the game, when I get home from the game, I go to your account and watch the videos that you posted. I don't speak a lick of Spanish, but I love the Spanish audio broadcast simply because of the excitement in the broadcaster's voice. Who are the Phillies Spanish-speaking broadcasters? 'Cause I don't know.
Oscar Budahan and Bill Kulick are the two main ones. Oscar also does the Eagles with Ricky Ricardo. So they have given me a lot of credit, too, for, posting those. And they've given me, they've thanked me countless times. And I couldn't be more grateful for them just, thanking me, posting it, and then I'm getting traction in other Spanish-speaking countries that, wait for, those Spanish calls as well. And obviously, like I said before, it's something that I never really thought I would, that it would grow into. But I'm so glad it did, and I'm so glad that I'm able to give that to Phillies fans everywhere.
Nice. It's the AI stuff though is that's kind of weird, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you could take my voice and throw something, together, and I would listen back to it because we've done this radio show for so many years, and I'd be like, yeah, I guess I said that at some point.
Yeah,
or,
it'd be hard.
I don't know. I don't ever remember that.
How many thousands of hours? How many literally thousands of hours of audio are there of you and of me and of everyone on the show?
Yeah, exactly. But
definitely. I will never use it and abuse it. Just try to, something funny. That hopefully people just think is funny, and that's how I utilize that.
And you're doing it, and everyone, and obviously you the quirky nature, and as you were saying earlier, it allows everyone to be that much more drawn in to something that is awesome, and enjoy that much more.
So I'm sure you're going to get some stuff together over the next couple of games. Hopefully, we have some exciting moments to be excited about.
You've got work to do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm ready for tonight, tomorrow. I'm all set up already.
Excellent. All right, Nick, congrats on your success. Thanks for touching base. We appreciate it. And we'll make sure people are aware of you if they are not as of yet through our website and everything. All right?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You got it.
Phils.
All right, go Phils. You got it, man. All right. Nick Piccone and the PhillyInfluencer.com. Is that at PhillyInfluencer.com?
Yeah, and @_Piccone, which is Piccone. And it really is a great follow on Twitter. And if you just want something to watch while you're watching the Phillies games, watch his Twitter account.
Okay. We're going to have a little bit later on, we're going to have Brazier stopping by to let us know what's happening at the ballpark tonight and tomorrow as far as when stuff opens up, all the variety of activities they're going to have set up.
Yeah.
And
It's a beehive.
Yeah, we'll
Proverbial.
get them in a little bit. But you know what? I did notice a couple things over the weekend. I think since we have a little bit of time, if you don't mind me.
It's time for a last-second noticer.
Yeah,
he noticed stuff over the weekend.
That's usually when it happens over the weekend. I did have
That's what the noticer said.
I did have an enjoyable weekend. It was very nice. Hopefully
What
you
am I
guys.
technically referred to?
What's that?
Am I the assistant?
The announcer.
You're the narrator, announcer.
Yeah.
Something like that. Sidekick? Yeah. Something along those lines. All right, anyway, I did notice this story, and I thought it was worth passing along. So, for many young adults, college is their first experience living away from their parents. And some parents are sharing the questions that their newly independent college students have asked them.
Things they're just not, they're just now learning about.
Oh, I love these.
So let me give you a couple of examples, and feel free to add your own if you want to call in. But one of the inquiries included was, how do I know when water is boiling?
Yeah. I've heard these.
To not know how to determine whether water is boiling.
They've never had to do it. For whatever reason, they never had to make their own macaroni and cheese on the stovetop, so they weren't sure. I know.
Or you've always purchased tea or
Pre-made.
coffee, or you're right, and you would never know when something was bubbling or hot.
There's a dad I follow on TikTok who posts all of his daughter's questions from college. And they're very similar to this. Just last week, he posted one. She said, "How do I order a pizza?"
Yeah, there you go. How do I order a pizza?
Like that's the text, and he'll screenshot their text messages, and she sends him, "How do I order a pizza?"
I mean, I do get blown away when my kids ask me questions that are like tech questions, where I'm like, dude, this is supposed to be your
time.
Yeah, this is your wheelhouse. Now, I will say though that I don't hard boil eggs all that often. So when I do, I'm like, I need a refresher. Like, how do you do this? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, do you boil the water and then put the eggs in, or do you put the egg?
To me, the thing that blows my mind, Case, is that in all of this now, we've talked about the repository of information that is YouTube. You could put in a stupid, how do I boil an egg? And it will show you somebody somewhere has made a video.
By the way, boiling an egg, you can do it a variety of different ways. You can boil the water first and then put the egg in if you want, but there's a way you can do it if you put it in with the regular room temperature water, put the egg in there, turn the heat on, bring it up to a boil, and then turn it off and let it sit for 10 minutes, and there you go.
And that's it.
You can do it that way, too. Or you can just throw it in boiling water and leave it in for, 7 minutes or whatever, and it'll be fine.
Okay.
So here's another question. This one is, what's my shoe size?
No. It says it on your shoes, right?
But sometimes it's worn out. If you look in there and you've had it for a long time, the shoe size has been worn off.
But you'd be hard-pressed to believe you didn't have one pair of shoes that didn't have your size somewhere in it.
Or that you
that you wouldn't have known.
Yeah, but
and picked on your own.
With these kids, sometimes it's just easier to text their parents instead of walking upstairs to their closet to see if any of the shoes
What's
have
my
a size.
shoe size?
Just text, because guess what? Mom's going to know.
Do you know, I introduced the notion to, a friend who was writing something and writing away, and how do you spell this? I said, you've got your Alexa sitting right there.
Yeah.
You could literally ask it to spell it, and it will, and Siri will do the same thing. And when it gives you the spelling, it will pause. It'll go A, L, whatever it is, and allow you, because it assumes that you're writing the word out.
I don't need Alexa or Siri to spell things because I got Nick.
I do.
I'm like,
Hey, Nick, how do you spell?
But real quick, I want to do a quick little survey, guys. I'm going to see how good of a spouse you are. What's your wife or husband or fiance's shoe size?
Oh, wow. Don't know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going
to... Shoes or something, never. Ever would I purchase shoes for Rochelle.
No. I know what style she likes. I certainly know what my wife likes clothing-wise, and I know what she gravitates towards.
You've purchased clothes
yes,
before.
Yes.
But here's the thing about shoes, though. You got to try shoes on.
You got to try shoes on.
There's no way. Even if you had your shoe size and you go and you put on a pair of shoes, sometimes that shoe size doesn't fit just right. So I've never in my life entertained buying Rochelle shoes.
Would Rochelle know your strap-on size? Because Claire knows mine.
No comment.
Yeah.
But why? Do you know?
Because I've purchased in the past. So
okay.
Yeah.
I only know because my feet fit her shoes.
What? Oh, no kidding.
she's
Oh, that's adorable.
Either she has big feet or I have small feet or some combination of the both of the two. But I didn't realize this until just now that it's a size and a half difference. So I have a 8.5 or a 9. She's either a 10 or a 10.5.
You have tiny feet.
A 9 is small?
Yeah.
I'm 10 and a half.
Well, for somebody with your size head, that's a really, I think that's what happened.
My poor mother.
Maybe you were in breach and you know something. But
We're hoping it comes out with feet first.
Like, I don't have really large feet. I wear a 10 and a half, but my
You're
son,
10 and a half too?
Yeah, my sons are like 12s. You know, they have huge feet.
I think Ben's are bigger than mine as well.
Wow.
Preston, we should have a shoe party.
Oh,
Right?
A shoe party.
what's a shoe party?
I don't know. We just made it up.
Just made it up. You
So it's
watch.
anything we
A
want.
year from now, everyone will know what a shoe party is.
Here's another question that a college kid has asked their parents, and I love this one. Kathy will like this too. How do I take my clothes out of the washing machine? Do I just reach in there with my hand?
Yes, that's great.
Use a salad fork.
Let me go to some calls. I'm going to go to Haley. Hi, Haley. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, what's up, Haley?
Hey, yeah, when I was in college, I had to call my mom to ask her if I have to wash my eggs before I cook them.
Do you have to wash your eggs before you, like with fruit or something, you're thinking, right?
Yeah, because I told her, I was like, when you have an apple, it's good to wash it. Like,
Yeah.
the eggs have, the pesticides, like, you have to clean it first.
Well, you're not eating the shell, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I know.
And how did your mother react to that?
She was like, I taught you better than that.
Yeah.
I love
Nice.
it, though.
All right,
Yeah.
thanks for sharing, Haley. Appreciate it. Let me go to Raz. Hi, Raz. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Yeah, bud. What's going on? So, is this one of your kids that asked you a question?
Yes,
Okay.
my daughter.
All right.
Now, this is how technology and everything has these kids messed up today.
All right.
She calls me. She says, Dad, I can't get my car. My key fob won't work.
Okay.
I say, yeah, why don't you try using the key?
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Are there
the key fob wouldn't open the door for her, and she didn't know how to get in the car.
So, like does a Tesla have a key option?
Oh.
Don't know.
I don't know. I
I
can
mean-
find out. A guy down the hall drives one. I could go find out
Right,
real quick.
but I'm saying, are there
Yeah.
cars being manufactured now without a key option? There's no, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My this is fun. My youngest, I've been teaching to drive, and in my car, it's got the keyless, the push button start.
Yeah.
Obviously, almost all cars do now. Well, we also have a Jeep, and we went to go ride in the Jeep, and I handed the key, and the look on the face was like, "What do I do with this?" I'm like, "You stick it in the hole and you turn it."
Dude, and then, I had a Bonneville years ago. I don't know what happened, but I didn't even need the key. You just hold on to the fins outside the key and just turn it, and the car would turn on.
really?
You didn't, want to talk about that was
fins.
keyless before keyless.
Oh my God, I forgot about the
Yeah,
fins.
yeah.
Those little nubs that stood on
Right,
the
so you could hold
outside
it,
of that
yeah.
so you could turn it. Oh my God.
That's how worn down it was.
Wow. All right, let me go to Laura. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Laura, what's up?
So I work at a high school prepping students for college, and I had a student filling out an application, and she painfully asked me, what state do we live in? Is it Philadelphia?
Oh, my goodness.
That's a college application that she was filling out?
Yepper.
Oh, my goodness. Oh. Somebody-
Painful, right?
Yeah, somebody missed a couple classes there. All right. Thank you, Laura.
That's
Appreciate
why-
it. Yeah.
That's why it's not. There used to be a time. There's a college graduate over there. Now it really doesn't hold the same impact.
But a lot of these are just like household things.
Yeah.
That they did, for whatever reason, you think you're doing the right thing and training your kids for life out there, and you eventually realize, you know what? I missed a couple things.
Well,
along the way, I didn't hit everything.
It is possible to slalom through life and avoid one or two things.
Yeah.
We were talking, I think, last week about it. I forget what it was a tangential subject to this, but that same sort of thing. Like, how did I not know that?
Yeah.
But I mean, some of these are wildly obvious.
Yeah. Let me go. Hey, look, Craig Lagans is on the line. Hey, Craig, good morning.
What up, white folks?
Yo, man, what's up?
And when I was in between jobs a while back, I worked at St. Joe's University in the mailroom, and at least once a week for the entire 9 months I was there, a student would come to the mailroom and ask me how to mail a letter.
I believe it.
How? Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If
I
you
absolutely believe it.
Technologically speaking, that's going the way of the dodo. But I mean, the simple putting on the address, the return address, and a stamp.
Yeah. And they would come. One of them, my favorite one, she had an envelope in one hand because she came to buy envelopes and buy stamps, and she'd never done either one of those before. And then she comes back about 5 minutes later holding up the envelope in one hand and the stamp on the other and goes, "How does this work?"
Yeah.
And then she came back the third time and she had her address in the upper left-hand corner and her mom's address in, she had them mixed up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And I can imagine, though, you tell somebody who's never done it before, you got to lick the stamp to be like, shut up.
Exactly.
It can't be.
Well, now you don't anymore. Like, now you take those stamps off.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
and
Yeah,
they're
you just peel it,
self-adhesive.
and there you go. Yep.
Oh.
That's how often I mail stuff. I forgot about that. All right, thanks, Craig.
What tastes better? The adhesive for a stamp or the adhesive for an envelope?
I always thought that the stamp was a little sweeter.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right about that. And then wasn't there was a Seinfeld, doesn't
Susan dies.
Susan dies from licking all the
envelopes.
Yeah, George cheaped out and bought her the cheap envelopes and inadvertently caused his wife's death or his future wife's.
Steve, for the Tesla, we're going to go to Luke here real quick. Hey, Luke, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Good. So just commenting on the Gen Z side of things, it is the issue with technology. But when it comes to fobs and Teslas having keys, they all, pretty much any car, like even these Impalas nowadays, you can start up any car. I can start up my damn oven with my phone.
With an app.
Yeah. I've got an app that'll do that as well. Yeah.
There is on a Tesla though there is no physical key or device that would allow you to manually unlock the car
in an emergency.
I'm gonna say no, but there might be. But I would say there's 3 other means to do so.
Okay, yeah. So, and I know, for example, like with Audis, I think they have gone. They don't do the remote key entry. Because of fear of people hacking the system and so on and so forth. So, but I don't know. You know, I think to me, having one way of doing something that you can physically, and in an emergency, would be wise.
All right, can I do one last call? Or we got to? Okay, we can one last call here. I'll go to Cindy. Hi, Cindy. Cindy, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Cindy?
My son was getting his license when he's getting ready to go to college.
Mm-hmm.
And after he went in, took the test, he came out. I said, "Did you decide to be an organ donor?" He said, "No, because I didn't know if I was going to be busy when they called." He was under the impression they just called you for a kidney.
Oh, my God. He literally thought that, okay, we need it now. We need it now.
Oh, no, I'm busy.
How's next week for you?
I'm coaching T-ball.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's great, Cindy.
And organ donating while you're alive.
Oh my God,
that's really sweet.
That is. By the way, we're going to have our buddy John Derenzi on later on. We're going to talk about organ donations and how you can be a living donor if you would like to. All right. Well, anyhow, this was a super quick noticer. I've been given the wrap up.
This is one subject.
Yeah, just one story, and that was it. The reason being is because we need to stay on time for Crumb Bum Cash. This is the final week for that, by the way, so do not miss your opportunity. And plus, our friend John Brazier should be along shortly.
He's here.
He is here.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to talk Phils and what's happening. John knows everything that's happening, and he's going to impart all that information to you when we break and come back. Stay put. We'll return in a moment.
To see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
Like and vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Camel cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah, poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. She said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though.
He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to comment?
I'm in the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland man. And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping up.
I'm also a Nazi.
This week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to see.
It gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my
heartbeat. And just
them.
and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know, it's so...
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes. Yeah, full on.
Let me see.
Full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it
You're
automatically.
close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
I think it'd be too expensive
And
Yeah,
exactly.
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make it
necklace?
different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
wait.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like
Let me see.
like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist.
Little
Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. So they don't see that outside the bubble.
right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, it looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
so Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal, sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do?
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a crumb bum cash keyword.
All right, only 3 letters in this particular word. It's tip, T-I-P, as in just the. All right, you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it at WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in the company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. Let me give you that word one more time. It's TIP, T-I-P. Now's the time to enter it, so do it. Why don't you? We're going to take a look at traffic, see what's happening. Kathy, what's going on this morning?
We've got jam traffic on the Schuylkill eastbound, the Blue Road into Belmont. There was an earlier accident. That's gone. And then the Boulevard to University westbound, Fair Avenue to South Street, City to Belmont, Gladwin to Conshohocken, 95 northbound, so it's 452 to the Blue Road southbound from Woodhaven to Cottman, the Vine westbound, heavy 95 to Broad Street. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound at Downingtown, that accident cleared. Northeast extension southbound at Quakertown. We've got an accident that is blocking the left lane. An accident now on the Vine eastbound. Stop from the Schuylkill to Broad Street. The right lane is blocked. And then Route 1 out in Bucks County southbound jams from Route 13 to Oxford Valley Road. That's because of an accident. We still have stopped traffic in New Jersey on 42 north from Coles Road to 295. An accident off to the left shoulder. 55 northbound stop from Deptford to 42. That accident cleared. New Jersey Turnpike southbound at 206. An accident in the right lane. This traffic report brought to you by InvisibleFence.com. Invisible Fence brand is more than a fence. They offer what no other pet containment company can. High-end technology combined with hands-on training to ensure your pet is safe. Visit InvisibleFence.com today. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So the boys of summer have become the boys of October, and it continues tonight in South Philadelphia. Our good friend, the director of fun and games for your Philadelphia Phillies, John Brazier.
What's up, guys? How awesome is this? This is the greatest ride since last year.
True to your word, you are back here on Monday morning.
I told you I'd be back, and I got to tell you, man, watching that game, I'm sure I was like a lot of people in the Philadelphia area when, we're holding on to a tight lead, and then next thing you know, we walk the bases loaded, basically. And then the Acuna, who's, arguably the best player in the game, is up there, and everyone's holding their collective breath. The next thing you know, Acuna hits the ball, and it looks like, oh my God, please tell me it's not going out. And then Rojas is flying over there, going over there, hits right at that where the wall bends around, and then he leaps up, and when he makes that catch, I don't even know whether people were celebrating or whether people were like, ooh.
Yeah.
Right? Because I was a big, ooh.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff.
We went to the series game last year, and we were in the outfield in that general area, and the same thing happened, only reverse, the other way around. And we thought the ball was in the stands,
right.
and they caught it, and we're like,
Yes.
We were going crazy. We thought at some point you can't see, and it's terrifying.
Right.
Terrifying beam back there, man.
Well, terrifying is a great word because that game was terrifying until we won it.
Let me ask you this question. Am I a bad fan? Because I left the room when the bases got loaded. I was like, I can't watch this. And so I walked away.
No, I think it's superstition is what baseball's about. My wife, they have a suite, and she went into the bathroom. She feels that if she goes in the bathroom, good luck. Things take when Jimmy Rollins had a big hit, she was in the bathroom, so that kind of set the whole stage. Where now, whenever there's a big moment, she goes in the bathroom.
Goes to the bathroom.
Right.
Listen, it makes no sense and it makes complete sense.
Exactly.
Simultaneously. Yeah,
I've got my lucky seat.
Yeah, absolutely.
So obviously it's big night tonight. Is a lot going on, and you were mentioning the interesting people that are coming out of the woodwork.
Yes. Well, I remember like in 2008, it was the most random people. I had Eddie Munster was looking for tickets.
Butch Patrick.
Butch Patrick. But this year I've been getting just really random. So I got one call an email, from a guy who wanted to throw out the first pitch because he's a local actor and he was on 2 episodes of Matlock. And before I could even respond back to him, he sent me another email that said, "Oh, I was also in Jake and the Fat Man." So
Jake and the Fat Man with William Conrad?
Yeah, that put it over the top there. So he's throwing out the first pitch tonight.
He's actually starting tonight. He's a starting pitcher.
He's starting.
Yeah.
He's right coming out.
If you could get the guy who played the hotel clerk on Mannix to throw out the first.
I love Mannix. So then I got another one from a guy who said, "John, I have your card from 1994. I met you at the Scranton Wilkes-Barre winter tour. That was our AAA team at the time. And I have your card. I won a couple tickets to a Phillies game and a tour of the Vet. I never used it. Can I cash it in for playoff tickets?"
Sure, yeah.
Listen, you got to shoot your shot.
You're right. You're right.
Well, don't say that because then there's going to be more people shooting their shot. And it's a no. So
I was on the Steve Allen show.
Right, yes.
Wait, do you respond to them, Brage?
I do, yes. And then another person left me a message on my voicemail. Is a psychiatrist who specializes in getting crowds to be energized. And he said, "I've got a song for you." And he sang a song for 10 minutes on my voicemail. I have it. Next time you guys come to my office. And it was to Seven Nations Army, the White Stripes. Yeah. And he sang the whole thing. He even sang like the dun, 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 dun. And his lyrics were...
And that's an issue. That's an issue for you trying to get the crowd enthused at this point in time, right?
I was thinking, man, our crowd's been dead. We need something. And this is the guy that's going to turn the corner right here.
Yeah, that mausoleum you've been presiding over.
Do you remember any of the lyrics or no?
Well, no, but I do know that he did rhyme pitches with a curse word. And I'm thinking, I'm not sure if that would really be appropriate for a family-friendly baseball crowd. But
I love it.
You know what? Speaking of songs, Bryson Stott's walk-up song, I think, is my favorite walk-up song of any Philly of all time.
Well, everybody sings it, obviously, when he comes up to bat.
Why.
And it's so identifiable with that. You could be anywhere in the ballpark, you hear that song. Oh, Bryce is up.
Yeah.
So, and it's
I don't
same thing
even
with
know
Chase Utley.
the artist or the name of the song.
I've never heard the song before. He started. Yep.
I think it's called A-OK, Case.
Is it?
Yeah, and you know what's funny about it is that little kids can sing it.
Uh-huh.
You know, and so they do. And so, like, it's just got that, I don't know, it's just a really cool earworm, and it sticks in your head. And, I love it as well. It's fantastic.
Prior to him, it was, I guess, Chase Utley. He had Cashmere.
Cashmere.
Yeah. And that's the only one I can remember.
Which the funny thing is, I talked to Chase. And I'm not even sure. I assumed that he was this huge Led Zeppelin fan. Our videographer gave him that song, and I think it just worked. But I said, "Are you a huge Led Zeppelin fan?" He's like, "Yeah, they're cool." I'm thinking like he's got to be a diehard Cashmere fan, right?
Tonight is Simon and Simon night at the ballpark, right?
I read an interesting thing about the team over the weekend, John, was that I guess through June they were sort of doing this thumbs up thing if they got a hit or whatever, and it just wasn't working, and the team was not terrible to start the season, but they weren't great either. So they abandoned that. They started doing the Tanaka thing from Major League 2 where he's juggling his balls going down the and which has caught on. And then they brought the song back, which, They didn't win the World Series last year, and so I think that they were not going to do the Callum Scott Dancing on My Own.
Well, they said that's the second place song in spring training.
And then they brought it back.
Right.
And now when they win games, and I was watching video footage of people at Xfinity Live the other night, to have everybody sing along to that song is just fantastic. I love every second of it.
Well, I do say or I have to say that the love affair between, I've never seen, and obviously I'm biased because I work for the Phillies, but in all the years of Philadelphia sports watching, I don't think there's been a greater love affair between a team and the players. And I think I have to give a lot of credit to Bryce Harper, who kind of led everything. But then you also have guys like Garrett Stubbs, who's a guy that came up with the music and is he might have come up with that on the golf course. But you know what I mean? They look like they're having fun. Yeah. And if you're not having fun, you're spending 162 games with these guys. You spend more time with your teammates than you do with your family. And you can you need that, right? Because I think there's some teams that were really good and they had big payrolls and superstars, but they just didn't, like the Mets and the Padres. But
I think the fan base, I think they get that. They don't, that energy is not there. That is here with this group of players, a real familial camaraderie.
Yes.
And it permeates everything they do.
Totally. And obviously Trey Turner, they got Trey Turner going, which was great. And just, Harper says all the right things and does all the right things, and the way the team plays, and guys like Brandon Marsh and just the whole team. There's just really a symbiotic love affair with the team.
And it's Bryce's birthday today, by the way.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's Bryce Harper's
Expect big
birthday
things
that
then.
day.
I did not know that.
Tonight's got to be a big night for him. Speaking of tonight, what's going on? What do people need to know?
Well, you can come down to the New Era store at 10 o'clock, and then the block party starts at 5 o'clock, postseason block party on CB Way.
Which you don't need a ticket for.
Don't need a ticket for it, so you can come down and be part of the festivities. Go Gadget is going to be performing. We have a Ferris wheel, bungee jump. We got a mobile batting station. We got a bud bar. We got food trucks.
Quick question. So on this, and people sometimes ask you, you'll get a text or an email or whatever about, you don't need a ticket. How many people just come down simply for that, just to be a part of the energy?
Sure, and I think a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Taylor Swift, right? You don't have a ticket, just come down and hang out in the parking lot. And then be in your seats at 7:30. Gates open at 5:37. Be in your seats at 7:30. We're going to unfurl the giant American flag with members of the police, fire, and military. And I'm very excited for the first pitch because it's two Hall of Famers in another sport. We have Don Staley, who's from Philadelphia.
Awesome.
And then we have Jay Wright. So we're going to have Jay Wright and Don Staley throwing at the first pitch.
Jay's such a good dude. Yeah.
Great guy. One of my favorites. And then National Anthem, we're bringing Kane Callis, Harry Callis' son. We'll be doing it right by his dad's statue. And then during the seventh inning, we're going to throw little flyers in there because we're going to have Lauren Hart. Who's going to be doing God Bless
really
America.
Cool.
So it'll be really fun. And then obviously somebody mentioned, I think it was off the air, just make sure tomorrow night, 8:07 start again, but plan accordingly and take SEPTA, take public transportation because there is a 7:30 game, a soccer game at the Link, Mexico versus Germany. And then the Flyers play the Canucks at 6 o'clock. And then we're at 8 o'clock. So there's three big events going on in South Philly. So
Flyers actually moved it up an hour because of that. And so it's smarter to have it at 6. I also saw that there's discounted parking in Center City at a bunch of different places. So you can park in the city and then take the SEPTA down for free.
Yep, just plan accordingly. Again, public transportation would be great. And thanks, Nick.
They're adding another major thoroughfare called 95-2. So that'll be really good. But yeah, I mean, listen, if you play it right, you'll be fine. And mass transit certainly is an option that makes sense. But, just be prepared for a little bit of waiting. But you're at the nexus of something that's amazing.
Exactly right. Yep. And the Diamondbacks are tough. So they're a young team. We're favored on paper, but we cannot overlook them.
No, definitely. Never can at this stage of the game. So, all right, John, we'll be talking to you soon, man.
Hopefully next week.
Yes. Hopefully.
All right, go Phils.
Go Phils. All right, there he goes.
See you next week.
The boys of summer, as I said, have become the boys of October now, and it all starts today. So hopefully we have a lot to cheer about over the next couple of days. All right, we have Bizarre File stories. We're going to get them now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. We'll start with this. Criminal charges have been filed against a woman who police say falsely reported a school shooting in an effort to divert officers from arresting her friends.
Huh.
That's a good friend.
You're a sweetheart.
Dorothy Bell Moran was identified after an extensive investigation. She was charged with emergency reporting abuse and obstructing
I derailed the
justice.
train.
Third-degree felonies, by the way. Emergency dispatchers received a report that someone was heading to Lehigh High School with an AK-47 to do some damage. And this resulted in an emergency response from at least 40 officers from multiple agencies, and the entire high school was evacuated and cleared. The threat was determined to be a hoax. That same day, police had been investigating a series of car burglaries. An Apple Watch was stolen in one of the burglaries, and the owner contacted police, saying that she was tracking the location of her watch. A police officer stopped the vehicle, believed to have the stolen watch inside, questioned Emery Jaron Hall and Aubrey Ann Merrill Snow. The officer noticed several bags and other items in the car he believed were stolen. He then applied for a search warrant to go through the vehicle. While the officer was waiting for the warrant to return, the officer was called to a school shooting at the high school.
God almighty.
Following a lengthy investigation, police learned that the call about the school shooting came from a phone owned by Moran, and it was also found that just prior to that call, Emery Hall, the driver, had called her. And so he was arrested for additional burglaries, and she was arrested for the fake school shooting.
The old
call.
school
The
shooting.
old school shooting call. All right, an investigation is underway in Florida after burglars used tractor trailers to steal more than $1.6 million worth of alcohol.
$1.6 million worth of booze?
From a distribution company that carries brands including Jose Cuervo and Malibu. The theft began at Republic National Distributing Company south of Tampa between 4:10 a.m. and 9:45 a.m. Thieves removed 4,277 cases of liquor from the company.
Jeez.
Wow. The thieves, referred to in a document as unknown suspects, also removed digital video recorders used by the alcohol distributor for video surveillance purposes. RNDC is one of the nation's largest wine and spirits distributors with 14,000 employees in 38 states. And man, did they get a huge haul.
Sounds like there was somebody on the inside that might have helped them if they were able to remove the security system.
Yeah, and to be able to move that much booze over that amount of time and not be busted.
You're kind of into the morning hours.
Yeah, that is a massive heist right there. When Valerie Doe applied to study at Miami University in 2021, she was excited by the prospect of spending her days lounging on beaches in the sun in Florida.
I know, Joe. She's a dear.
Surrounded by palm trees like she had seen in the movies. As an international student living in Vietnam, she couldn't visit the university before applying. So when the university sent her an acceptance letter welcoming her to Ohio, Doe felt confused. At first, she wondered whether Ohio might be a district or a county in Florida. But after a quick Google search, her beach fantasy was shattered when she realized that she wouldn't be going to the University of Miami in Coral Gables, Florida, as she initially thought she would be going to Miami University in Oxford, Ohio.
That's not as good.
She said, I realized there are no beaches. It's just a cornfield in the middle of nowhere in the Midwest of America.
Well, you can go corn surfing.
After spending some time researching, Doe said that she realized Miami University had a good business school, and she decided to accept the offer, and she moved from Vietnam to Ohio. In a TikTok video she released, it has since gone viral and has more than 1.5 million views as of now.
They should give her a scholarship just for the free advertisement.
All right, then we only have time for one more because we have a guest who's going to be joining us in just a moment, so we're keeping this kind of short. Airport security at Panama City's Tucumán International Airport on Friday searched an airline flight bound for Tampa, Florida for a suspected bomb, only to find an adult diaper. The plane had returned to the Panama City Airport earlier Friday following reports of a possible bomb. The 737 landed around 11 a.m., moved to an isolated stretch on the tarmac where 144 passengers were taken off the plane. An anti-explosives team inspected the aircraft. Jose Castro, the head of the airport security team, said a suspicious object in one of the plane's bathrooms was found to
Don't go
be
near it.
an adult diaper and not a bomb.
Yeah.
So everybody was okay, but unfortunately, they were a bit inconvenienced by an
The adult diaper. Yeah.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Ari Shaffir, who's going to be appearing this Saturday at Parks Casino, will be joining us. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Wow, this one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
Cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting. Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
After the
It's going to be a total at the end.
All right.
So.
Question two. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English. Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing and whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes, you have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we. Preston and myself. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You
I
did.
thought it was me.
Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
We don't have that much time, so...
The guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
So what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah. I am
If we're
so
going to be
sorry.
totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right.
A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man.
All right, 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He goes last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay,
right.
Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people
that's
go.
true.
That's
You're
Steve.
right. Oh, my.
She's
Because
right.
this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answered.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So Steve, the answer is...
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young. And there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life. But Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond movie?
Batman is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. My favorite, Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Our next guest is going to be appearing at Parks Casino this weekend on Saturday. His tour is called the Wrong Side of History Tour.
I love that.
We love having him on, and especially he's dressed up early as Rasputin for Halloween this morning. Please welcome, joining us via Zoom, Ari Shaffir.
Hey!
What's up, Ari?
Thanks. I've been letting this beard go. I've been hearing all sorts of different takes on it. That's
Dude,
my first Rasputin.
Rasputin, I love the Rasputin look, especially because it kind of looks like the Today Show set that you're on with the wall.
Yeah.
So Rasputin replaced Matt Lauer. That's what we're getting right now. It's awesome.
Man. The Rasputin on the Today Show would be so good, just constantly judging the future, the fiery death of the world.
Is this the bushiest you've ever let it get?
Yeah, for sure.
You can pull it off, though.
I let it go.
You can pull it off, though. I mean, I think to me, whenever I've had, Preston has a very tight beard. I've had a little bit of it. To me, it gets way too itchy.
Dude, I did try during COVID. I let it grow out as much as I could, and then it was too much. I was playing, like Ari was doing, I was like playing with it all the time.
Hey, you're like, yeah. I was hiding stuff in there. And just so I could have my friends, I could pull out like a juju bean or something.
The last time we had you, actually every time we have you on, we always hear about your adventures. And I wanted to ask if you've gone anywhere by yourself lately.
Let's see. I was trying to think of the last time I went there. Dominican Republic. I went there by myself.
One of the times you were here, Ari, you were talking about going to the stands. Like you were going to visit Tajikistan and Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan or something like that. I don't know if that ever happened.
Never happened. I still want to go. I went to Romania and Slovenia. Those are the probably coolest. Eastern Europe, dude. It's wild.
I love that concept, and it's something that I think I'm going to re-embrace a little bit, which is the go out and just spend some time by yourself going to places. I used to do it all the time when I was doing, stand up and going around the country. This is many years ago, but just traveling, and it becomes sort of a quasi walkabout. But I think it's good for the soul. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and you end up making friends. It's the only way to do it is by being alone. When you're with a buddy or like a chick, you're not going to just say hi to some other person,
right?
Or you just briefly, but like, yeah, it's such freedom.
Yeah.
You know when you like go to and you like you have to tell your woman like, is this good? Or we can go somewhere else, or instead you just go.
Yeah.
You don't care if it's good or not. You're going.
You don't care. I mean, that was bad. It was funny. It's interesting. You don't feel like let the family down.
I wanted to ask you because, and I've seen this, the double negative special, Netflix. Is that 1 2-hour special or is it 2 1-hour specials?
It's one almost 2 hours. It's like 45 and 45.
So the I love this stuff, and I don't know if this would be true or if you'd take this as true, but I mean I'm a big fan of yours. We all have been for years, but you're getting a lot more like with the Jew special that had a lot of accolades to it. There's a more well-rounded sort of contemplative. I don't betray the fact that it's also hilariously funny, but you know what I'm saying? It's becoming a little bit more theatrical, and I like it.
Thanks. I'm trying to use my English major. Really like mine out of subject.
Yeah,
it was a fun one to do. It was like tough to keep an audience's attention for. We were talking before for 90 minutes on like one topic.
So how do you work those muscles? I mean, how do you? Because an average special is like an hour, and maybe short. How do you workshop that?
You just go everywhere. Like I made sure to go to a place where there's no. It's all about Jews for the audience. Listeners don't know, but it's also just like you said, just supposed to be funny for everybody. But I did it with this nun, like sure New York and Chicago, whatever, but also like Perth, Australia, where there's like. They've never even heard of us. Yeah. Like, is that a thing? All we have is blondes.
Yeah.
But you know what? Listen, the way that everything was shot, and I was talking to you off air a little bit about it. The director, Eric Abram, is that his name?
Yeah.
Did he have any input as to what the stage was going to look like? Because it was a beautifully shot special.
Yeah, with all those candles. We had like 6,000 candles on stage.
Yeah.
That was all Eric's kind of idea. He had an idea for like something to do with candles, and we found some set designer, and she like came up with the rest. It was pretty awesome. It was hot as balls.
That's the one thing when you like. So we for the summer vacation we went to Budapest, and the opera house there at one point was all those chandeliers had candles in them.
Really?
And I'm like. You had to be dying of heat stroke during every performance.
It was on my back too. I saw the audience like sweating, and I'm like, and my back was like burning. It was all right behind me. Yeah, it was shining out like a gamma ray.
So the thought occurred to me that at Parks Casino, and tickets are available. Are you? You don't impress me as a casino type of guy, are you? I mean, as far as playing the games.
No, what I like to play is the game of pick out the hooker. What you got to do is look for the woman alone, dressed for prom, and then say hi to them. And if they say hi back, that's a hook.
It's a hooker. So you're saying not the obvious classic hooker attire, a more prom look.
Yeah, there's that for sure. It's like they try to blend in because they try not to get thrown out, but it's just a fun game. I don't even want to go home with them. I just want to spot them.
Yeah.
I try to play different games. If they want to go to strip clubs, I just got to get the real name.
What you should do, Ari, next time is bring one of those wrist corsages with you and just.
Will you be my paid date tonight? Yeah, just have like $100 bills, like
Right. I love it.
So the name of the special or your tour is The Wrong Side of History, and what is that the theme that we're getting a historical look at people who have been on the wrong side of it?
No, it's really just jokes again, but a lot of it's just like not to look at. You can take the wrong side of things. It's fine.
Yeah. I love the your podcast, the Skeptic Tank, and the and it's weird because I was thinking about this and thinking about you, and over the course, I've always been sort of a cynical and skeptical, but I think in an appropriate way. I may have gotten a little bit more, over the past couple of years, and it's like, and in a way, I thought, well, am I getting really dour and is it a bad outlook? But in a way, I feel a little bit more liberated by it because at least, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel there's something to it that at least says, well, I'm trying to discern what makes me feel liberated about it. Maybe perhaps you can inform me.
I think sometimes it's like not caring. It's like, I don't know.
That might be it. Yeah.
The new president, whoever it's going to be, is going to go like, and everyone's going to go, oh, we're all hopeful. And you're like, I've been through 50 of these.
Yeah.
No, they're just going to lie to you. I can just tell you they're going to lie to you.
Right. And in a way that's liberating.
Yeah, because you're like, I'm not getting involved. You guys I'm going to take a walk. You guys have fun with this anger or this like hope. It's like, I'm out.
Have fun with your hope.
It is liberating.
So with the tour and with the material and the podcast and all that stuff, and I think we've asked this before, and you apparently or seem to not have a drive to do anything acting wise and all that stuff, because you seem like such a character. You're naturally you know, with Rasputin. You're rubbing your beard right now. You're like built for visuals, but that's something that still has no real interest to you.
Acting? Well, the thing is, it's fun a little bit, but the people who do it are the worst humans in the world. I don't know if you saw the Oscars where Will Smith slapped that guy, and then everyone was applauding him 5 minutes later because they're all phonies. They're all vapid slates, just trying to be with whatever you want them to be. It's pretty interesting. You can see it now in all these in the war going on in the Middle East, where they all have to give their hot takes. Yeah, we care. What Matthew McConaughey thinks on the war or on Middle East conflict or on raising it. It's like, shut up. You guys suck. You all effing suck.
What do you think about this revelation? And to your point about the whole Will Smith thing, the Jada Pinkett Smith selling a book, and she's saying that they technically have been divorced since 2016. So that was all performative.
All performative.
Yeah.
They suck.
Yeah.
Every time you look at Matt, you're like, this one's good. He's putting on a role. He's putting on a face.
Yeah.
They're all the worst pieces of ass in the world. I'm catching myself.
So you're not leaving the door open.
Dude, I said, because I meet him through people like, Rogan and stuff will like be connected to Mac. And then they come in a room and everyone's like, oh, and then it's every time. Within 3 to 7 minutes, you see it. You see the they live version of them. And you're like, oh, yeah.
A great reference, by the way. Yeah, where you put your glasses on and they all have skull faces. There's something, and Preston, there was somebody that used to be in radio, and you do find them those they live moments when they're out dealing with, say, a waiter or a waitress, or in real world, not cameras around situation, and that's the person they really are. And that's right. It's a revelation.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, you're just a jerk. Who's a jerk to waiters?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Oh, you guys must deal with it all the time. You must have a ton of actors coming here.
You know what? And I have to say, what happens is that we'll do the due diligence and we do, the research and all that stuff, and let them know that their time is going to mean something here. And we don't really have never had a douchey experience,
Also, they're here to sell something.
Yeah.
And so more often than not, they have a message they want to get out there, and they're going to be
with them all day.
Yeah, and they're going to be nice as a result. But to Steve's point, like, we don't, even when the interview's over, 99.9% of the time, they're nice before, during, and after. So like, we don't ever deal with it that much. But Ari, I did want to ask you, because there's nothing funny happening in the Middle East right now. However, you're a comedian who comments on this type of thing. So at what point are you able to start making jokes about any of it? Or have you already?
Oh, yeah, I have. Shit. Okay, so like, I'm trying to think what a good comparison is. Like, I mine for darkness,
Yeah.
I look for ores of what other people would look for gold in the 49s. I'm looking for dark laughs where people don't want to go. And so you see a thing like this, and I'm just like, everyone else is looking like, oh, I got to deal with this. I'm like, oh. Because the range of laugh to walk out angry, report me is so wide that it's just right.
What kills me is the notion that someone would come to see you without even a whiff of knowledge of what you're about. But certainly at this point, the people who are acutely aware and who love what you're doing far outweigh the anomalous one person who has no idea, correct?
Yeah, but it's always fun when someone will get angry, walk out, and you're like, "Oh, you lost somebody," and you gotta go like, "Which part? Like, was it the Holocaust stuff? Was it the Down syndrome things? Was it like, which is specific issue?"
Right.
It's always a drunk white lady.
A drunk white.
Do you have your own friends going, no, just stay off? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny because I think of Gilbert Gottfried and Gilbert was just again that same sort of rush towards it, and it was again, if you don't like it, you don't frequent it, but I mean there was something, and his joy in being that guy was tangible. Were you friends with Gilbert?
No, I knew him a little, but he was already, by the time I met him, he was like pretty old.
Yeah, he was pretty old by the time we met.
He was crazy though, man. He was, I mean, due respect, he would leave with leftovers wherever he went.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
I've never seen a cheaper human. Rest in peace. I'm sure you're stealing rolls of toilet paper from Heaven's bathroom.
He left with like tasty cakes and like stuff from our vending machine one time. Yeah, he was like he was like sticking it in his pocket or like whatever bag he had with him.
It was like he just got out of the Holocaust, like a week ago. And he was afraid it was always going to go away.
I guess you never lose that. Yeah.
He was never there.
He was never there. I'm saying generationally. Wow.
Yeah, Gilbert was great. He went to those dark things all the time. It's just fun. And also, the other comics aren't doing yet. So it's like.
Well, what is the best? I was hearing talk about that Rogan's The Mothership is like the premier place for comedy now and for trying out.
Yeah, we just had Duncan Trussell in here on
that's
Friday,
who it was.
and he lives in Austin now. Yeah. Have you played The Mothership yet?
A few times. It's great. It's great. Well, what they have is those phone pouches. They have everyone's phones locked up. So you really can go to like a terrible place.
You can really go to a terrible place. How often do they do that in clubs and areas around the country where you play? Because, I mean, it used to be what would happen is comedians would be, not terrified, but would be pissed off because stuff they were working on, when it's not completely honed, gets out and online, and that's counterproductive.
Well, now it's that, but also it's like, hey, this isn't for regular people.
Right.
They'll never understand this. Like, I mean, last night at the Comedy Cellar, it was, I guess, like near 1 a.m. on a Sunday night. The people that are there are like drug addicts and like real pieces of crap. So they'll laugh at some things that like, your wife might not be that into, but she's not there, so she's not supposed to see it. That's when it always gets angry, is when someone who's not supposed to see it gets suddenly invited somehow through video.
Right.
Ari, you're coming to town this weekend. For those who are just tuning in, it's Ari Shaffir who's going to be here at the Parks Casino on Saturday. I don't know if you pay attention to sports or if you pay attention to what's going on in the cities. Yeah, you know about the Phillies, right?
Yeah, I can't believe they're all getting on Bryce Harper for trying to score a tying run. They're all calling him an idiot for that last series.
Really?
And I'm like, you try to score. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in the end, Phillies won anyway. So if he made that mistake, anyway. He came back and made up for it.
He had a definite run and not 2 out to the man on first if he gets back.
Are you into it heavily, or is it just a passing interest?
I mean, until the Astros are out, I'll still watch. Making sure they lose. You just got to see it out, One more baseball. They surpassed the Yankees. That's the most hated team. God, I hate the Astros.
Yeah.
Was it you I was hearing talk about that the amount of comedians who are into MMA now, this bizarre, anomalous, there seems to be a high. Like it used to be that the comedians were not the sports kind of people, or at least right. And I think I'm almost positive it was you addressing the amount. I guess through Joe Rogan and the other comedians and all these MMA fans. Was it you?
Maybe. I don't know. I remember when I started comedy, I was shocked. I've never met a dude who's not into sports.
Yeah.
And then in comedy. It was like, wait, most of you are not into sports. It's just like rejects that got into comedy that are into like, hanging out in a mood by the library. Like, oh, I was watching games.
Yeah.
Yeah, and MMA, I guess. Maybe it's because of Rogan.
Yeah.
Maybe also it's just fastly growing, but
It's pretty wild the effect that Rogan has had on a lot of things, not just like MMA, but he's got this. It's kind of like the sphere that like Taylor Swift has, and Rogan, like you talk about like Bert Kreischer, and his like ascension over the last 5 years, he attributes that to being on Rogan's podcast.
It's pretty awesome when you get like the new, major news source or major platform is just your comedian buddy.
Yeah. Well, no, but I need to jump in here. You're not gonna, just because you're friends with Rogan, that's not gonna happen. You actually have to have talent. You have to be really good at stuff. And I'm gonna bring this back to you because the first time I ever saw you perform, you were opening for Rogan at Helium. And I went to the show, and I'm watching your act, and my first initial reaction was like, this guy's not an opener. This guy is 1,000% a headliner, but sometimes what it takes is you need to you just need to get your name out there. Am I right?
Yeah, and he's really supportive. He's always been like, whenever people like write him up as this or that, it's like, I don't know, the way comics know him is as the most supportive guy in comedy.
That's great. That's great.
Even when we're crapping on each other, like, that guy sucks. He's like, no, it's funny. Like he's always like, he just believes in everybody.
Have you noticed a shift from because the industry was years ago and Preston's mentioned this as well, that it was kind of known as a little bit more backstabbing and backbiting.
A lot of rivalries.
A lot of rivalry. But there seems to be, I guess, because there's more latitude and where you can bring your stuff to, that it seems to be a lot more supportive. Are you sensing that, or is that erroneous?
Yeah, it's like you actually. Yeah. Before it was like you try to book a sitcom or something, so it's either you or I get it.
Right.
Now it's like, you'll have a podcast, I'll have a podcast, you'll do mine, I'll do yours. I need you and you need me to get ahead.
Right.
Maybe that's the reason, but I don't know. It's just like there's no more gatekeepers. It's just do it yourself. So everyone's super helpful. You would think even like if someone's starting a podcast, you wouldn't tell them how to do it, but that's not everybody helps everybody. Like, let me show you what equipment you need. Like, come over and look at my settings.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah, because the classic rising tide thing, I guess, is true.
No, and I like that because especially back, when there were more of these rivalries, it was like you either like this guy or that guy. You couldn't really like both of them. And I was like, but I kind of like both of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why do I have to go chocolate or vanilla?
Yeah, totally.
I used to love those created battles, though, where I used to joke and be like, you watch TNT, they still run MacGyver. It's like what? It's like there's enough to go around. It's like, and that's the worst, is an orchestrated faux rivalry or a faux a battle, because it resonates as so hollow. It's one thing we never did. We've always had pretty good bosses, and we've never, the classic, I hate the suits, and so I think people can read if it's fake. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, trying to put something on, trying to copy someone else's battle.
Right.
We'll do that too, but it's like, it's not real. They're letting you do whatever you want. That's how you guys got good. They let you do what you want.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm sorry, you got your show this weekend at Parks, which it's Saturday night, 8:00. Great, but I'm looking forward to your next special. When can I expect to see another Ari Shaffir special?
Thanks, buddy. No, not for a while. Probably another year or so. I'll record one.
Yeah,
I got stuff down, but it's like I don't want to rush it. The last one went really well, so I'm like just having fun, messing around, and not trying to be like guided or anything.
Right, let it happen when it happens naturally. Is it actually sort of obviously you have the outlet of the podcast, but does that in a way hinder generating material for stand-up because you're committed?
Yeah, I just quit my podcast in June.
I
was like, I think I'm done.
Did you quit in style? Did you like throw stuff down and storm out the door, or?
I said F off to my boss, and then I realized that was me. And then I was like, oh, damn.
I want to see me in my office. I want to see me.
Like a nice hot dump on my desk.
Was it just taking up a little too much time when you could be doing other creative things, or?
Yeah, and it was just like, I don't know. It's just been like 12 years. I just wanted to like.
And dude, you live on so many. You're a guest on so many other.
Yeah.
It's not like you've left. The seismic. Yeah, you're still there all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm more present now when I'm doing those things. It's like fun again instead of like another thing to do.
Right. Right.
I get it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's like, yeah, I don't know. I miss you guys. It's like fun to talk and like something you have to do.
All right. Well, this weekend we'll just remind everybody to get out Parks Casinos, where you'll be able to see the Wrong Side of History tour with Ari Shaffir.
Let's remember to get out and support those Phils.
Yeah, man.
Last year could have been better.
Rally the troops here. All right, man. Well, we hope you have a great show, Ari. Thanks for checking in this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Always great to talk to you. All right.
Yeah, hey, great seeing you guys.
All right, we'll see you. Ari Shaffir, guys. And Parks, great place to go and see him perform live. ParksCasino.com to get the tickets if you like.
I love his. He just we bring up actors. Oh, they're the worst people on earth.
Yeah, totally. Hang on, we have another surprise guest. Hey, everybody, it's David.
Hey, David.
Hi, David. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. What's all the hubbub about this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. I hear I won $1,000.
How about that? He's our Crumb Bum Cash winner right there. And you just got in under the wire, David. We are in our final week of doing this, so kudos to you. You've been playing it. You've been entering for a little while now.
I have. We listen to every day, entering in, just pray I'm going to win.
Well, you got it.
Look at
on
that.
a Monday, no less.
It paid off. David, what's your last name and where are you from?
It's Henderson. I'm from Harleysville.
From Harleysville? I'm sure we've hung out together, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I probably see you passing in the Henning.
Nice, yeah. All right. Hey, David, congratulations. $1,000 is yours. Thank you for listening, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. It's awesome.
There goes another winner of Crumb Bum Cash right there. David from Harleysville. And your next chance coming up around 10 a.m., so do not miss the opportunity. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. One more guest to talk to. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has two good bonds, would be three, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, Inspire Love Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple scubosis.
That's it. It's a saying. It's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for freaking 5 here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scubosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes, when was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing! dressing! I didn't invent it! It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing! Drop it!
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this. Hang
Without
on.
dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, trying to like ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then I did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Out loud.
It's the
and I'm
ranch
like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck,
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little.
Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into like other rooms. If we have guests in the studio,
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points?
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3. Kathy's got 3. Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh.
I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
Why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween.
Oh, all that stuff.
Yeah, all
Okay,
that
got it.
stuff and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and,
Nick.
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside. And I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is.
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
On the second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show, Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks?
The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah.
So
what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People
in.
writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay, this is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think, but like first date, 1 week, no, 2 week, no, 3 weeks, no, 4 weeks, I think is a nice safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa!
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
getting intimate date, before
All right.
getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
As they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Oh, Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait, do we...
No, we have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who will
15
Nick say?
seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
I got this
cheapest.
one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
We'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
when you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay, Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit, so I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay, and what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston. Oh! And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
I'm joking.
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that, Mark? I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But yeah.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We have two guests in our studio. I'm going to introduce the first one and bring you up to speed on his story, and then I will introduce the second one. The first guest is somebody who's been part of our program for a long, long time. You may have heard him a little bit here and there, but more so, you have been impacted by his influence on our program. If you've ever been to any of our events and beer has been involved, this guy's been the man responsible for it. For I don't know how many years. Forever with our program. He has helped us have some parties and go on trips and do all kinds of stuff. So we're very happy to welcome our friend John Derenzi to the show this morning. Good to see you, John.
Guys, thank you so much for having me on. I greatly appreciate it.
All right, and John, for years you worked with?
I worked with Penn Beer. I was the vice president here in Philadelphia. Sold a lot of beer for a long time.
Yeah, you did. And when we heard you were hanging it up from the business, we're like, wow. Yeah. I didn't see that coming.
I was at spring training. I encountered you and you said, and I'm blah, blah.
That was it.
And then a little bit later, we found out that you had a serious medical condition and that you're in need of a kidney transplant. What exactly is the story?
Yeah, so my kidneys failed. I had some hereditary disease in my family, and it hit me kind of quick. It was like, I went to the doctors and he's like, hey, you're going to need a transplant. And my wife's like, well, okay, well, how long? And he's like, 4 to 5 months. And she's like, what? And it surprised us. I mean, I knew I had some issues, but it came on really quick. Wow. And, both my kidneys have failed. And he said, you're going to need a transplant. So since March, I've been on dialysis, and
so just for clarification, because I've always sort of peripherally understood what is involved. Is this an everyday thing?
Yeah, so it's called peritoneal dialysis. So I do it from home. So basically my bedroom has become a hospital room.
Okay.
And it's, I do it every night, and it takes, 7-8 hours.
What? Can you do it while you're asleep?
Yeah, I hook up like 10, 11 o'clock, and I should sleep the night through, but, it doesn't always work. There's a lot of alarms that go off. Maybe it kinks and it doesn't work, and, it drives me and my wife a little crazy, but it's okay. I mean, I'm living.
All right, by hook up, what do you mean? What do you do?
So I have a port in my stomach that literally goes in me, and I put dialysis fluids into me 4 times. It's a 4-time process. Goes in and out, and it's
So during that 8-hour period, will it automatically run, or do you have to stop?
No, I haven't. It's a machine. It's pretty cool. I mean, I literally hook up, and if everything works right, I go 8 hours. I sleep, and nothing happens. But it's not quite that easy. But yeah,
it used to be, and may perhaps still is, depending on what the dialysis is. Because I'll see a dialysis center. I think there's one right up on City Line, and I assume that's people.
Yeah, that's like hemo. That's where it's mostly blood. It's like your blood goes in and comes out, and they clean your blood.
Okay.
Mine is done differently. It puts the liquid into me, and it cleans it inside, then it goes out.
Wait, why is it different for you? Is it your condition, or is it because you're doing it at home?
You can do it a couple different ways. And again, I don't know everything, but there's 2 ways to do it. Hemo is the blood. Peritoneal is like the liquid that goes in me. And again, I don't know everything about it, but they're the 2 different ways that you can get dialysis.
All right. Well, joining John, and he might be able to shed a little bit more light on some of these more particular things, is the Clinical Operations Administrator at Gift of Life. And we want to welcome John Edwards to the program this morning. John, nice to see you.
Nice to be here.
So, obviously, Gift of Life. Tell us about that first and foremost.
So Gift of Life, I mean, John's story is not unique in the sense that, there's 100,000 people on the transplant waiting list with end-stage organ failure. And, their only hope is either a deceased donor, which is the area that I work in, or as John's also seeking, is a living donor. And the reality is, when you think about it, you talk about the Phillies a bunch. So for the audience visually, think of 2 Citizens Bank stadiums.
Yeah.
Right? Filled with people who are in need of an organ.
Right. And that's nationally right now?
That's nationally. 100,000 people nationally. In our area, it's about 5,000 people.
Okay. Right.
And now, fortunately for John, it's sucks, right? You're on peritoneal dialysis 8 hours a night. It's an inconvenience. Or you're going to a hemodialysis center 3 times a week, and it's really hard on your body. But at least there is dialysis. There's people who are in need of a heart transplant or a lung transplant, and they don't have that, capability. So their only hope is a donor family saying yes to the opportunity donation. So an opportunity like this to talk a little bit about the organ donation, the impact it makes on people's lives is remarkable.
So to me, it's always been a no-brainer. My mother and everybody in the family forever was, you donate, if you can have that, save a life or extend on if you happen to pass for whatever, like if it's a heart or whatever, or even a living donor. But the amount of progress that they've made in helping the body to not reject things and to manage things, there was a story the other night of a guy who got a heart transplant, and it was, they do it a lot now, and it's kind of nice. They let the person who who lost someone hear the heart beating in someone else's chest, and it's kind of an amazing thing. It literally is as tangible, a demonstration of allowing someone to live and to continue living with that gift.
So, Steve, I'm glad you brought it up, actually. I run the clinical operations for the organ procurement organization for this area. There's 56 organizations like ours in the United States. We're the largest program in the U.S., not by population. New York's larger.
Yeah.
LA's bigger. But we do more organ donor cases than anyone else, and it really speaks to the generosity of our community, the amazing work that our team does at Gift of Life. And what it does is we meet people at their worst possible moment, right? The loss of a loved one. And our team really sort of shepherds them through that loss, reframes that tragedy for them, and hopefully, provides a life-saving gift for
amazing.
John.
And on my end, Steve, like my nurses at I work with DaVita, right? My nurse Lisa, she's amazing. Like, so their goal is to keep me as healthy as I can, that when the kidney does come, I can go in and get it. And like I go in every week for something, blood, whatever it is. And I'm right now, I'm doing okay. I feel good. I've lost some weight, but both my kidneys have failed. So it's like any day, it could, it can go the other way.
Right.
But that DaVita, they're a fabulous place, and my nurses at Jefferson and at DaVita, they're keeping me happy. They're keeping me upbeat, and they're saying, hey, when you get one, you got to be ready to go. So they're an amazing organization.
Good.
How long can you live on dialysis?
Honestly, they've told me I can live basically for 10 years. I mean, so my weight, my blood type is a little rare. So they're saying it's like a 6 to 8 year wait. But honestly, I don't know. I don't know how long I can do that for.
6 to 8 year wait.
You know?
So with a suitable donor, someone provides you with the kidney.
Yeah.
I assume then because I know so many people who have lived many years with a transplant and go on and live a full remainder of the life, whatever
They'll tell
a full
me,
life
Steve,
is.
They'll literally say that I can live a normal life. Now, it's funny thing is they keep my 2 kidneys in there, and they add a third.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know
which
that
is
either.
wild. And I guess, so they'll cut off the other 2, and they'll kind of fizzle up, I guess.
So just hang out?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'll have a new one. But, the donor...
It's shrinkage.
You could, exactly. I already have that. But the donor can live a very, very healthy life. And that's the difference. Like with a kidney, I mean, heart and lung is a lot different, right?
Yes.
But a kidney transplant from a living donor, if it's a healthy person, it's pretty basic now.
Okay.
I mean, it's not basic. It's a major surgery.
Yeah.
But from what they're saying, it can be. So
what's fairly routine now?
What is your blood type, and how do we find someone to match you?
I am a B positive blood type, right? So,
Which I am as well. So does that mean that possibly my kidney could match yours?
Yes.
Okay.
It does.
And how do I find that out?
So there's the Nicoletti Transplant Center is my center. It's with Jefferson Hospital. So, you'd call there, you'd say my name, and you'd go through it.
I mean, because honestly, John, I would give you my kidney. The stuff you've done for us over the years, like you're just the kindest, sweetest person, and I know that you're pretty humble about all this stuff. But if there's anything that we could ever do for somebody like you, you 100% deserve it. And I've been thinking about you a lot over the last few weeks. I can't imagine what you're going through, when your family's going through, but it's good to know that there's hope.
Yeah, there is. And they're great. I mean, they keep you going, man. Like I said, the nurses at DaVita are awesome. And it's like, okay, and I'm going to get one. It's just,
you will.
If I get a living donor, like soon, would be awesome. If I have,
Is that preferable?
It would be, because I mean, from what they tell you, a living donor, it's a healthy kidney that you're getting. Now, a deceased donor, John could speak more about that, but if they do it at the right time, and these guys are awesome at it, then the person and the family has to say, you know what, my loved one's passing away, go ahead and do this. Like, it's not a ride to work, man. It's a
which just a quick thing reminds you of on your license and signing that and agreeing to that is such a good. A lot of people forget to do it.
Yeah,
and at the point where time is of the essence when it happens.
And Steve, it's going to change my life when I get one. I mean, you guys know I will go. I will do anything for somebody if they need something, and this is something that's changed my life. I mean, people have, like Nick just said, people have gone in and gotten tested, and either they don't match or they do match, and there's like a swap program, and people can go in and give a kidney that doesn't match me, but then that moves me up the list. And I've had people go in and get tested, and like, for me, that's unbelievable. And like, my good friends are throwing an event for me. My good friend Mike and my friends from my fraternity in Westchester, they're literally putting an event together to try to get awareness, to just get some people to sign up and
let's
talk
mention
about
that.
it.
Because it is it's November 18th. Play 2 at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly from 1 to 4 p.m. And they put that together for you.
They did. And you know what? It's awesome. It's like when you sit back and you have friends, and like you guys having me on this show is amazing. But it's great. It's amazing what people do, and the outpouring of love that you get and that you hear is great. It's awesome.
So I have a friend who donated her kidney to her brother, and I didn't. She actually told me about what you talked about, like if she wasn't going to be a match or whatever, she could still donate, and then it would bump him up. And he was very young, same thing, some sort of kidney disease, but she was able to donate for him, and so like the two of them went in together, and it was, I mean, it was pretty emotional to watch.
Oh my God. And you've seen different stories of it, like after the fact, like people don't know your donor, and then you find out who they are. And I mean, like, what can you do for that person?
Right.
But I'm going to figure that out. It's like,
I saw a process, John, one morning. I was in for a procedure. This was a pen, and somebody was donating a kidney. And that person, I mean, they came out and they were, I'll start tearing up talking.
Right.
It was just beautiful to see it. It was amazing.
Yeah,
and it was just such an incredible thing to witness. And the joy from the donor.
I mean, you guys do your blood drive every year, right? And it makes people feel great that they can donate a pint of blood. And if somebody could, donate a kidney or an organ or have a family member that's passing away and say, do this, it could save, like John will tell you, it could save 10 lives.
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, John, to your point, and Steve brought it up, I mean, putting that designation on your driver's license, I mean, that's incredibly important. Sharing your decision with your family, your legal next of kin, the people who are going to be making that decision. I mean, because most people don't even know an organization like ours exists until you come in contact where, unfortunately your loved one has passed away, or, someone like John who needs a life-saving organ. And I mean, the outpouring of support that I've seen for this gentleman, the moment I walked in here, I mean, you guys love him so much, you care about him so much, and that's what we deal with when we're working with donor families. I mean, their courage and their generosity is just remarkable.
It's amazing what getting people drunk for decades will do for making friends. Right?
Making friends.
Making friends.
I don't even drink and I love you.
So the next step is to obviously get the word out about you, John, in particular, and we've been trying to do that as well. But about this trade-up thing, how do you designate that, John?
So there's different programs that you can pursue live donation. I mean, we have remarkable access to transplant medicine here in Philadelphia. People don't recognize that. I mean, between Jefferson and Penn and Einstein and CHOP, and I mean, it's unbelievable access. And there's also programs that you can look up online where they do an exchange, where they do a chain.
Yeah.
So all that information is readily available, online.
And again, Nicoletti Transplant Center, that's my transplant center. And that's I know there's others, Penn and like you said, Einstein and Lourdes over in Jersey, but Nicoletti Transplant Center, they're tops. And we are so lucky. I'm so lucky to live here that we have hospitals that are phenomenal and doctors that do this literally every day. So, like I said, I think, I'm hoping, I got a ton of hope, and I'm in very good shape.
And you should have.
I'm going to go to this real quick phone call because Mary is a volunteer at Gift of Life, but she's got a personal story besides that. Hi, Mary. Good morning.
Well, good morning, everybody. How are you?
Good. What's up, Mary?
So I had a kidney transplant in 1990 from my brother at HUP, and it lasted 23 years.
Wow.
And then in 2012, I needed a second one. And my husband, nobody matched at that point. And so I had my husband and I became paired exchange people. He shipped his kidney out to California to a stranger, and I then received a kidney from another stranger in California.
Wow.
And in 2017, we flew to California, and we put all the kidneys back in the room. And so we had dinner with my donor and his recipient. And I think I've actually told you guys the story before. There's nothing better. The paired exchange works. It works. And I am 10 years out. Kicking ass because I got a badass kidney from a guy who's a mountain climber, and he did it for his sister. And so the chain goes on and on. He did it for me because his sister needed one. She then got one. So think of it as a pair of shoelaces, and they intertwine. And it was perfect. And my husband is 100% fine. It is awesome. And so you got to do it. And John, I pray for you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
Great story. That's awesome.
Choked up over here. Oh, my goodness.
It's a good story.
It is a good story,
I tell it at every Gift of Life thing I go to. I table events all the time, and I tell the story, and it's amazing. But you'd be surprised how many people have similar stories. So, like John says, we gotta get this out here.
Absolutely.
So, good luck to you, John.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Mary. Appreciate it. So the event that John had mentioned, is going to be at Chickies and Pete's, the South Philly location, November 18th, and this is to get awareness out and maybe find there might be somebody who might be there, might be a match. You never know.
Somebody listening right now.
And tickets are available at friendsofderenzi.com, or you can just go to prestonandsteve.com. We've got a nice little section there to give you all the info, and I'm sure we'll include Gift of Life on that as well, and how you can sign up, and also to not forget to, if it's within something you would like to give of yourself on when you're on your license, you can designate organ donor. It's very simple to do.
Yeah.
And like you said, Steve, don't forget about that when it's an option that's available. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, John, we'll continue to get the word out. I feel good about this.
So do I.
And I think that everything's going to be cool in the very near future.
Guys, thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank
Love
you
you
very
man.
much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
And thank you, John. Nice to meet you as well.
Yes, nice meeting everyone.
All right. Let's hear for John and John. And please help out if you can do that. Speaking of John's association with beer, I saw this interesting little factoid this morning. The World Travel Awards, wasn't aware of this. Apparently,
multiple recipient.
It's of the World Traveler Awards. It is a country and continent specific awards, awarding of awards, I guess I should say. And not surprisingly, the Guinness Storehouse in Dublin, Ireland, took home this year's blue ribbon for Europe's leading beer tour visitor experience. So that's a given, you would think.
We did it.
It's not the only award. Time Out reports that it nabbed the 2023 title for Europe's leading tourist attraction, period.
The Guinness tour?
Yeah.
Wow, more than the Eiffel Tower and the Colosseum and the Louvre. And
other ones that were on there were the Colosseum, the Acropolis, and the Eiffel Tower.
They don't have beer.
Oh, my God.
And it was beat out by the Guinness Brewery.
It's really cool, though.
It is cool.
I mean,
We had a blast.
Oh, did you not?
No,
No,
we did.
we did. We had a really good
we
time.
We reenacted the opening credits to Laverne and Shirley.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But, I mean, you put that above the Coliseum?
Well,
and
it's Laverne and Shirley.
This is
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
But not everybody does the Laverne and Shirley. A lot of people
Well-
travel from all around the world not familiar with Laverne and
Does
Shirley.
the Colosseum sell beer?
That I don't know.
Probably not.
Casey, in the basement.
Yeah.
I do not know if alcohol is available at the Coliseum.
No, that's a mind blower.
I can imagine the Eiffel Tower, you can get a glass of wine if you want to.
Yeah,
so there is booze at some of these events.
And you
But
guys
I
been
was
to
surprised.
the Heineken Brewery in Amsterdam? Yeah,
No.
I did that years ago, and it was fantastic. And Steve, I haven't been to the Guinness one, so I don't know if it's the same. But like, you do the tour, and you get the whole history of the brewery, which has been around since 1600s or whatever. And then at the end, they shuffle you into a bar. You're having drinks, and the tour ticket that you buy gets you beers at the end of the tour. It's fantastic.
It is pretty wild. Again, as someone who doesn't drink, but I'm fascinated with that process. I'm fascinated with the whole thing, and that's why, again, going through a Guinness precedent, it was amazing to see the mechanism in motion.
I still have the coin they give you at the top of the factory.
The gravity bar.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's not a coin is not the right word. It's like a plastic and almost has like a
It
drop.
has a drop of the beer in it.
Yeah.
Here's your cheap piece of crap. Take it.
No, I remember that. It's the inside of the, and
Yep.
it's clear. Yeah.
And but I mean, it's still clear. It didn't fade. It didn't crack. Nothing.
Oh, we were doing our broadcast for the St. Patrick's Day, and it was the legendary one where the entire city was shut down
Right.
for hoof and mouth disease, and so everyone and we're gonna get the authentic sounds of Ireland. Everyone was from Spain or Australia.
Yeah, there were no Irish that even worked in the bar that we were in.
I think Eddie's from Ireland.
We put no one on there who was native to Ireland. But it says here in this article that I read, the Guinness Storehouse is less garden variety brewery than a theme park. You can print a selfie in your beer froth. So they've come a long way.
Oh yeah,
since we were there, Steve.
Did they implement the Laverne and Shirley thing, or did they not?
You need to drop the Laverne and Shirley thing. And become an expert at pouring a pint of Guinness the right way. It's a 6-step process. You can also tour the premises, underground tunnels included.
Oh, they've added a lot.
Guinness's more than 250-year-long history is teeming with fascinating facts that you learn there as well.
And don't they have an abusive Irish mouse who's always drunk? Like a Mickey Mouse kind of thing?
I don't know. I do not know.
Beat your ass.
What is the so this is the top tourist attraction in Europe, period. What is the greatest tourist attraction you've ever been to?
Oh wow.
And that can be a historical tourist attraction because we're talking about, the Eiffel Tower and the Colosseum and things like that. What is one that was just like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen?
So an actual tourist attraction, not a scenic, not a old face, like an actual man-made
something to not an expanse, not a national park. But more because the things that are cited here are the Colosseum, the Acropolis, and the Eiffel Tower. So these are structures that you can visit. What's been something that's been
blew me away?
Yeah,
that for all my travel, I'm trying Betsy Ross House.
The Betsy Ross house. It's so tiny.
It's unbelievable. They must have been dwarfs. No, no. Well, by the way, Betsy Ross house is very interesting.
I've never been in it.
It is actually cool because they have little recreations of the rooms of the time. But I'm trying to think of something immense that just that leveled me. More often is the case that I find myself going,
so would like Pearl Harbor count? Because that's
Pearl Harbor.
I think so.
Let's go with that.
That's
Is that a national park now?
That's pretty amazing.
Pearl Harbor. Because of the emotion. I have a feeling I might get the same reaction, and Nick, you've been there, Normandy.
Yeah.
Something that has historical impact like that.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know if that. Yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah, maybe
tourist attraction.
And Six Flags.
Yeah, they're in the same camp.
Dude,
Normandy and Six Flags.
What would be on the list now would be the Sphere in Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you not be blown away by that?
But you take like you talk about the classics, the Taj Mahal, and we talked about Mount Rushmore, which
Yeah, we were talking. Some people are underwhelmed by it. I thought it was pretty incredible when I went there.
Once you realize those are actual human beings sitting there.
No, they're not.
Gingantic human beings. Oh, they're not?
Yeah.
I bought a cheap book. Okay.
I don't remember how you say it. Nick, you'll be able to help me out. But the Udvar thingy.
Oh, yeah, in the National Air and Space Museum.
The Udvar thingy.
The Udvar is the adjunct one, which is out past Dulles. And so they have the space shuttle there. That's a really good one, Case.
So when you walk in there, Preston, the Blackbird is just sitting there.
Yes.
Not sitting there. It's hovering.
Yeah.
And then all the way in the back is the space shuttle. And so, I was able to touch the space shuttle. I'm like,
pretty
this
cool.
thing is in
Really?
space. Yeah, yeah. So that to me was like, whoa.
You know what?
And I don't like museums.
But yeah, the Air and Space Museum, and I did not get over to that other. I don't even know if it existed the last time I was at the Smithsonian. But yeah, to see the Spirit of St. Louis and to see those things were impressive. But again, that's a museum less than the structure itself, like the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, but I guess that would count, though. I think it would count.
The Gaudi architecture. That was mine in Spain. That
Barcelona.
Was, and there's several of them, but all of them, like you would just stop. There would be an apartment building on the street, and you'd know immediately that it was a Gaudi, and you'd stop and look at it. They were incredible.
Okay.
And there was a whole park with structures in it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a museum in Paris called the Musée d'Orsay, which used to be a train station, and I love that one because it's just a really cool building, and it was a train station in the 1800s and 1900s, and then they actually ended up turning it into a museum. I like the Basilica Sacré-Cœur, which is up on a hill.
Yeah.
And that's overlooks all of Paris. So I'm lucky enough to have been there a couple of times. That one's really pretty. I don't know. Sometimes, Steve, like the most famous ones, you get there and they're underwhelming. I don't think Eiffel Tower is underwhelming. I think the Eiffel Tower is really cool, but also there's just a bajillion people there.
Yeah,
and so you got to deal with the crowds.
That's an issue. Yeah, I can see that. So sometimes if you were to... They should let you visit these places alone often, but they don't let that happen.
Yeah, come on.
Just you and you alone.
I'm on the radio.
Yeah.
Think about the Eiffel Tower.
They have a broadcaster from Philadelphia here.
I did go to Paris, but I didn't feel the need to go up in it. You know what I mean?
Sure. I could to get all up in that.
Well, I could. I didn't get all up in that, but I could appreciate how awesome it was by just standing there and looking at it.
Yeah.
And,
I just want a picture of me with a hat that says a beret that says Rusty.
That's it. That's all I want.
That's all I want.
Nick, the Spanish Steps were ruined for me by how many people were there.
In Rome.
Yes,
Yeah.
and people coming up and trying to get you to buy a rose and this and that. Like I was like, can I just look and take a picture?
I'm a sucker for any skyscraper. So I did the World Trade Center before those towers fell. I haven't been the Freedom Tower yet. I really want to check that out. I did the one in Liberty Place before they closed, and I really enjoyed that a lot.
Did you ever do the Willis, the former Sears?
I did the Willis when I was a kid, and I did Hancock Tower when we were for the Radio Hall of Fame.
that was cool.
That was really neat.
Do you know it was very cool in London? The Shard.
Yes,
I was going to ask
That was
if you
cool.
went to see that.
I saw that.
I was in there, yeah.
Empire State Building, like they're all like tourist attractions, but I love them. Yeah.
Dude, speaking of Willis Tower, when we were in Chicago for the National Radio Hall of Fame Awards, I never saw the top of it, not once.
Because it was foggy.
It was so foggy.
And
we were in there, right?
And the clouds. I never saw, and I've been to Chicago many times, and I've seen it, and it's beautiful. I was looking forward to it. Never saw the
Did
top
we go
of the
in
damn
there
thing.
after dinner that night?
No.
Which one was that?
We went into the Hancock Tower.
Okay.
And we go up to the roof to have dinner.
Yeah.
and we couldn't see anything
Saw the clouds.
because it was cloudy up there.
What you need to do is the building next to it is called the What You Talking About?
Willis?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's next to it. But by the time we were leaving, we were walking out, the clouds had dissipated, and we looked down, we're like, oh my God. We're like way
In the
up
show,
there.
The Night Stalker, they start with what you're sure is helicopter shots of Chicago. It's just taken from the top of at that time, the Sears Tower. Yeah.
Riding my bike, no, actually, it wasn't my bike, but a bike across the Golden Gate Bridge, that was really
The
awesome.
Golden Gate Bridge, yes, again.
I know it's a bridge. It's not
still
necessarily a
impressive.
tourist attraction, but it is.
Kind of is.
And riding
It
your
is.
bike across it,
You know,
like stopping midway through, and that was really cool.
Do you know on that level? Well, the Statue of Liberty. If you get out to the island, because that served as a beacon for so many people coming to the United States.
Yeah.
And so again, that has the gravitas of history.
Sure, yeah, and I've mentioned this before in the air too, but Alcatraz was really cool, and I thought that was going to be a boring tourist trap and just nothing. And it was. I got the audio tour, and you learn the history behind it, and the boat ride out from Fisherman's Wharf to the island. That was really cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that a lot.
Somebody texted and said you should travel in the off season. That is, if you want to do the not the crowded thing, travel in off season.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a trade off. You're not going to get as good a weather usually, or in shorter days, probably.
That's why I'm doing Death Valley in the summer.
Death Valley in the summertime,
to me,
yes.
it seems like that's the off season.
It's just reopening, by the way, from those floods that they had. Partially reopening some of Death Valley because they got those torrential downpours.
By the way, speaking of heat and Death Valley and all that, Brazier, we were talking here earlier this morning, he was giving us a rundown on the Phils and what's going on tonight and tomorrow night. He's going to be in Arizona on Wednesday, and he said each night, plan for the game, 100-degree days.
Oh, my God.
100-degree days.
Dude, that's nothing. When we were there, it reached 110.
But it's mid-October.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm just saying for them, the
Years-
100, they're like, whew, cooled
Years
off.
ago, when I was doing stand-up, Kathy, in there, it was, I think it was Scottsdale, 119 degrees.
Yeah, it was reaching 100. When we were there, it was the longest streak of days over 110 or what I forget what the record was.
Marissa, you want to jump in with something?
Yeah, you guys were saying travel in the off season. My friends and I, this is mostly because we never planned anything, but we would end up being the last tour in the groups that we were on. So going at the very end, and you think that the time is shorter, but because there's so few people there, you don't need all the time that's allotted for the other slots.
It's a good idea.
So we did the Acropolis.
They always bring a lot of sluts.
Yes, Steve.
Slots, you said, I'm sorry.
No, when we were at the Acropolis, we have these photos with no other people in them because we were the only people
that's
there.
cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Wow, interesting.
By the way, the Acropolis, I did
the
see
Acropolis.
it, and I didn't realize the brevity of it, but we watched the sunset from it, and then as the sun finally set, thousands of people just started applauding. And I'm not really into applauding a sunset or anything like that, but that moment was really special.
Okay.
That
Way
was
to go,
wild.
God.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Oh, it's sunset. That's if I could pick anything, I'll watch the sunset anywhere.
Yeah.
Even in my own backyard, I'm like, oh my God, it looks so pretty.
There it goes.
We're looking at a picture. It is quite. I do
is
want to get
awesome.
there. I mean, again,
Acropolis.
you're talking about. You know what? I think I'd be blown. I hope I will be blown away by it. I do want to go see the pyramids. I want to see the Valley of the Kings. I do want to see. I mean, just going to the Franklin when they had the Egyptian exhibit. I mean, and a bench that was 3,000 years old. It's like, I mean, that stuff blows me away. Some other people, it doesn't matter, but. I mean, for God's sakes, it's amazing.
Dude, being in the Egyptian room at the Masonic Temple blew me away.
Yes. And then Preston, that Grecian urn.
What's a Grecian urn?
About $250 an hour.
Okay. All right. So according to this list, the number one, and I got to see how they rank this.
Yes.
And it's great. We've been there, but
They rank it on ability to get drunk.
But the absolute number one spot in Europe as far as tourist attractions go is the Guinness Storehouse.
Well, clearly from what you said that they've added a lot to it.
Yeah.
So they didn't do the foam thing with us. The most they let us do is drink out of they gave us right out of, Nick, that spigot, and Casey and Kathy and everyone listening, right at that purest point.
Yeah, so right where they've brewed it, and then it's all ready to go to consumers. We got it right out of the giant vat.
Yeah.
And the beer master showed us how to pour it and how to drink it, and there's certain ways to drink it, believe it or not.
Yes. And he turned to you and said, "Who's the master now?"
Yeah.
What was the temperature?
Pretty awesome. That day?
Of the beer.
Of the beer.
Oh, I don't know.
Did they serve it like room temperature?
It seemed to be room temperature.
Yeah, ours was not like freezing cold. It wasn't very cold.
Yeah, it wasn't super cold, but but it's definitely worth going. I'd love to go back to Ireland. It was such a good time.
The
We've
one
done
thing,
it twice.
just don't have to do Dublin. Do all of the, you know.
Dublin's nice, but
Newcastle West was
want
just
to
gorgeous.
get a taste of the smaller and more intimate side of Ireland.
Welcome to our little town.
You got to go to the little towns. All right. Anyhow, let's take a break and come back in a minute. I've got some bizarre file stories. We got another run at Crumb Bum Cash coming up. We just had a $1,000 winner a few minutes ago. Will you be the next? Hopefully so, because this is our final week of doing it. All right. It's up next at 10. We'll be back in a moment. 20%'s about right to me. So
Okay. Okay, second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question, which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs?
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs? All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him, because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus that Dave is there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
Look, and we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, he
does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say Dinner on Blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy?
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with Dinner on Blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with Dinner en Blanc as well.
Casey.
I honestly couldn't think of anything but Dinner en Blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be Dinner en Blanc.
All right, so the scores remain the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
Okay. All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick, I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm gonna go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is?
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
There you go. So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie. We have a 3-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when. So we're out there and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there, something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over. Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15, 16.
An adult man.
I know.
Wow.
Here I am.
Oh my
I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was. I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? and we had it. It was like
We
on a
almost killed
mortar,
people.
and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another
You
show. I
come
think
to
it was
any of our
Barsky.
events, park far away.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen,
not really.
What are you going to buy him
Thanks
a new
for
car
listening.
15
I
years
heard what
later?
you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't
That's
mean
all-
to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007.
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep. So Night Fever, Night Fever,
Stay alive, stay alive.
or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, no, I had. No, like that's.
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that-
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within dirty dancing that
Yeah.
are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the.
You had Hungry Eyes. You had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
Right,
and
then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as well.
And that's Patrick Swayze singing that,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And
Yeah,
it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the
Geez,
list.
do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay?
Jesus Christ.
And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes? Wait, what's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
Two years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little...
Hey, boy. My name is Man Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just don't try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is
I
his
think he was
name,
a
and
singer.
I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain, and that's it.
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
so
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen. And I'm bringing back my...
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So we're got 3 minutes till Crumb Bum Cash. I'm not doing a 3-minute bizarre file.
No.
I won't do it. What do you want?
I want a 12-minute.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, I want a 12-minute.
So we did a shorter one earlier, so I refuse. We're going to wait it out. I got a couple of shout-outs that I can do, though. This one I am sad to pass along because it is about a death in the family, but it's from a guy who has been sending us some great stuff for many, many years. Our buddy Harry Wood.
Yeah.
Emails and texts in all the time. His father passed away.
Oh.
Yeah. Arie is how you say his name, I believe, spelled Aryeh.
Interesting.
And he passed away, he said, after several brave and hard years of COPD and respiratory issues. So he wants a couple of shout-outs here. A shout-out, he said, to one of the bravest men I've ever had the honor and privilege to call a dad. So that's a shout for his father. And a shout to the doctors and nursing staff at Lankenau Hospital Heart Pavilion for making my dad's final days as comfortable as possible. He said, I particularly want a shout-out to Dr. Elliot Friedman and nurses Chelsea and Monica for showing my dad so much love and consideration. And then he writes his nice little story at the end. He said, I wanted to share an ironically funny story that happened over the past week. As you can imagine, my family and I were under tremendous stress, consistently going in and seeing my dad and comforting my mom. One morning, I was extremely tired, and as I walked past the nursing station, I absent-mindedly said, good morning, it.
Oh, my God.
I said, good morning, it, to one of the nurses. And the nurse looked up and without missing a beat replied, good morning to see you. He said, I stopped. We stared eye to eye. And then like the infamous scene in Step Brothers, I asked loudly, did we just become best friends? And to which he replied, yep. So I hope to write again soon under happier circumstances. Just wanted to share my happy moment despite all the grief going on right now. Cheers. And that is from Harry. So I wanted to pass that along.
Sharts issued.
Yeah. Here's, let me see. I have another chart. I just got this one this morning. It says, hey, fellas, hoping for a birthday shout out to Anthony Capelli from Vineland. He's 47 today. Thanks either way. His son, Ant Capelli, who is 13 years old. So here's a shout out to Dad. And then, this is not a shout out, but I figured we had, a minute or two to play with, and I wanted to mention this. I got this email from Melania, who writes in her subject title, Brazilian Steakhouse Bread.
Oh, I saw this.
Make at home. And she says, hey, Preston, I heard you mention the little cheese breads that come with meals at a Brazilian steakhouse. My sister-in-law is from Brazil and introduced us to, and I'm going to incorrectly pronounce this, Pão de Queijo. She says years ago. It's spelled Paodequeijo.
This is her sister-in-law?
No, that's the name of the bread.
No. I mean, who has this recipe?
Yeah, sister-in-law. Well, it doesn't have the recipe. She said you can buy it frozen and make it at home. Look for Brazier bites.
Brazier bites.
In the frozen section at your grocery store. They aren't quite as amazing as the restaurant version, but damn good.
Brazier bites.
I'd be 100 pounds if I bought Brazier bites.
Okay.
I have them in my freezer.
So now I want to have this. I've never had this bread. Who will step up and drive a truck filled with it over here right now?
I will say you have it like when it comes out warm, like Preston said last week. That's
the difference.
Kind of like the key.
So there's no. Listen, I love great bread. I love the bread of Bertucci's. I love whatever the bread, whoever has good bread. You've made me so hungry for this bread. I've got to try it.
Steve, there's a couple places in King of Prussia you can go to if you don't feel like going into the city. Actually, there's one in might be even closer to you. Like I think it's Ambler.
Oh, all right.
All right. Very good. But you got to type Brazier. All right. We can do this now. It's time.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a crumb bum cash keyword.
All right. Our word is compete. COMPETE. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. And there are 3 ways to do that. You can enter it through WMMR.com or the MMR app or via text to our special contest short code text number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So the word again is compete. COMPETE. Enter it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's start with this. This is really odd. People are trying to urge someone to do a very strange thing, and a lot of scratching their heads over a peculiar request. It's a petition urging billionaire Jeff Bezos to purchase and eat the Mona Lisa.
So they want Jeff Bezos to purchase and eat a painting.
Yes, the Mona Lisa. The odd request comes from Kane Powell, resident of Stevensville, Montana. Powell's rationale is as amusing as it is straightforward. By this logic, consuming the Mona Lisa would be a groundbreaking act shattering the barriers of what is deemed possible or acceptable in the world of art and culture. What started as a seemingly whimsical wish has gathered momentum with 18,868 signatures and counting. This digital movement, hosted on change.org, may have begun in jest, but has transformed into a form of digital performance art. Housed at the Louvre, of course, in Paris, the Mona Lisa belongs to the French state. Some experts and evaluations have estimated its value to be worth more than $1 billion.
Wow.
It's unlikely that the Louvre will consider selling it, but people are urging Jeff Bezos to.
Maybe they know it'll be eaten.
Yeah. A Montana man who was mauled by a grizzly bear that bit off the front of his lower jaw is ready to return home after 5 weeks in a Utah hospital. A physician and his family said Friday during a news conference.
Lucky to be alive.
Yeah. Rudy Norlander, who answered most questions at the University of Utah Hospital by writing on a whiteboard, is looking forward to having a root beer float, reuniting with his Yorkshire Terrier Sully, returning to the outdoors, and maybe even being able to attend the rivalry football game next month between the Montana Grizzlies.
If you gonna be a bear, be a grizzly.
And his beloved Montana State Bobcats. His daughter said that he's developed a whole new hatred toward the University of Montana, referring to the team's mascot.
Dude, he should be dead.
Norlander can speak briefly, but it hurts a little, he said, and he will need speech therapy.
I think I can decipher for him.
He didn't want to take questions about the attack because he wants to tell the story himself and write a book. And, Kathy, you'll like this. He'd like to have actor Cole Hauser from the Yellowstone television series play his character in a movie adaptation.
Yeah. Oh, he's thought it out completely.
He has a full-on plan.
He's even debuting a lingerie line, Preston.
This is what he wants. And a lingerie
line. Lingerie line.
I know that.
For the Bear Essentials.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, I couldn't decide whether to put this in the connoisseur or stick it in the bizarre file, so I bring it to you here.
It's the connoisseur file.
There you go. That's it. And Kathy, you'll like this one as well. If slamming glasses of sparkling wine and orange juice with your best friends is how you spend your Sundays, forgetting to pace will now cost you more than your dignity at some restaurants. 2 San Francisco Bay Area restaurants are cracking down on patrons who opt for their bottomless mimosa specials with a threat of fees for vomiting or worse on the property.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so they'll get dinged for vomiting.
It's come to this.
Okay.
They've had to do
because people are so taking that bottomless thing to heart.
It's your fault. You're offering bottomless mimosas.
They could fix that.
Oakland's Kitchen Story put up signs letting customers know that they'd be charging a $50 cleaning fee for throwing up inside And San Francisco area home plate threatens the same $50 charge per person for incidents that occur as a result of intoxication.
Used to be one of the great joys in my life, Preston. Bottomless mimosas and then go take a dump on the street.
Kitchen Stories.
I miss that town.
That's our buddy
Tony Bennett.
Tony Bennett. Thank you very much.
From the great beyond.
Yes.
Kathy, go ahead.
It's so funny how these brunches start out. I recently went to one, and like everybody gets together, you're all dressed up, you're ready to, spend the afternoon, and then it ends with like people having to like roll you home and put you to bed and take your shoes off.
So Kitchen Story sign reads, "Dear all mimosa
Where's my
lovers,
skirt?
Please
Pretty
drink
much.
responsibly and know your limits. A $50 cleaning fee will automatically be included in your tab when you throw up in the public areas." Thank you so much for your understanding. The Kitchen Story co-owner said that he hasn't had to enforce the fee since posting the warning sign. Now his workers don't have to worry about cleaning up human waste as much as they did before the policy first went into effect.
Kathy, my favorite part about bottomless mimosas is slowly there's just less and less orange juice in there. And by the end, it's just champagne.
Nick, and we were like, it started with, we'll take a mimosa. And then I was like, oh, can you just do, and by the end, it's like, just a splash of orange juice. Like, it's just like, oh, that's it. No, we're good. We're good.
Exactly.
Can you just say the word orange juice over the drink?
Wave the orange over top.
But you know what? The last one that I went to, I mean, the server said, we were like, no, we're not going to do the bottomless. And he was like, look, if you're going to have like 3, it's worth it. And, when a mimosa is supposed to be half orange juice, so, you're not even getting a full glass of champagne. So we were like, okay, fine. And then it ended with just a teeny bit of orange juice.
Yeah. Yep. All right, and then one last story. An employee with a company that assists authorities in transporting dead bodies was arrested and fired after he allegedly tampered with one such scene last week.
Tampered how?
Well, I'll explain. Ryan Smith was arrested Friday and is facing charges of burglary, criminal trespassing, and tampering with physical evidence. Smith was one of 2 people who came to collect the deceased Friday afternoon after a natural death at a residence. Later that day, Smith contacted the property manager saying that the sheriff's office had asked him to collect a life-size sex doll that had been found at the scene so that it could be swabbed for a biopsy. The request was denied, but according to
a sex doll being swabbed for a biopsy?
Yep. So a statement from the sheriff's investigator, the manager investigating noises at the residence, found him there with the deadbolt locked and the chain secured with his clothes disheveled.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
The documents state that Smith left saying that he would return with a warrant for the doll, and that's when the manager contacted police worried that he might attempt to break in and steal property from the residents. So it was a sex doll that he was banging.
Oh, my God.
Investigators returned
I'm with the doll division
to the scene and noted that items including a survival kit had been moved. The crime lab was called in to process the scene, collecting fingerprints from the kit in particular, and investigators were also planning to request DNA samples from the doll.
Oh, man.
All right, and there you go.
Wow.
That's what I have in the bizarre file for now. All right, it is 9 minutes after 10, so you got roughly 5 minutes left to enter the word compete. All right, compete, C-O-M-P-E-T-E. That is our crumb bum keyword for the hour. We'll see if you win that $1,000 cash prize. This is our last week of Crumb Bum Cash. So don't miss out on each and every opportunity that you get. All right, we'll take a break and come back in a second. Stay with us.
It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, it's fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax, and you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh my God, I'm getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to pretend?
To sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No,
He's an
fly.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. You're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the hold. I mean, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells
it's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
No, that's Truc Nhu.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc Nhu.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truc you.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
what you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
Quite stunning.
Yeah, The Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
"Sell them for less."
Jack,
no.
Sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems
to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
The Cold War.
The Cold War. CW.
Could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. All the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or
of
was
this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, do you want to hear the joke?
Please, tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev. WMMR, call if you know the answer. While you call, we do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Horizon Services. A heater tune-up from Horizon Services is only $59. And all October long, Horizon's team will donate $5 from every new tune-up booked to Camp Out for Hunger. Book at HorizonEasyBook.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Teen Mom star Janelle Evans is facing charges of neglect after her 14-year-old son Jace ran away from home. At issue was taking away Xbox privileges, but Jace insists he had to put his foot down. There you go.
No. Hey!
Britney Spears' ex-husband Sam Asghari says he has no worries about Britney's new memoir, saying he's already read it. Asghari says Britney gave him an advance copy and even threw in the crayons.
Oh, my God.
And despite lots of doubters, Jada Pinkett Smith doubling down on her claim that while Tupac Shakur was her soulmate, they were never lovers. Jada insists the closest they ever got was 30 or 40 times his penis when spelunking in her vagina.
Oh, wow.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Okay, let's see if you know the answer. A Montana man returned home from the hospital weeks after a grizzly bear bit off his lower jaw. What clothing line will he be debuting? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Anna and see if we can get the answer. Anna, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what kind of a clothing line will the grizzly bear guy be debuting?
A lovely lingerie.
You got it, Anna. Hang on a second. We're going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer, the Tops Off World Tour, Saturday, April 27th at the Santander Arena, and that's in Reading. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Prepare to be Russified.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Save hundreds, even thousands on the ring of her dreams during the Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Sale. It's October 26th, 27th, and 28th. It's Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Over the weekend, Shinedown announced that their 2011 live album, Somewhere in the Stratosphere, will be available for the first time on vinyl. That'll be coming out December 8th, just in time for Christmas.
Oh, exciting.
The limited edition red, black, and beige splattered 4 LP set includes the band's multi-platinum hit single Second Chance and their platinum single If You Only Knew, as well as the covers of Foo Fighters' Times Like These and Lynyrd Skynyrd's Simple Man. Somewhere in the Stratosphere is comprised of 2 full live concerts, an electric set from Washington State, and an acoustic set from Kansas City. So that's coming out on December 8th. Blink-182 just released another single from their upcoming album, One More Time, their second in just a matter of weeks. The new track, Fell in Love, was announced, along with a sentimental clip featuring candid interview footage and archival video. It shows the band discussing topics that they've never talked about before. The new 17-track album, which is produced by Travis Barker, will be out on October 20th, which will be here in just a few days. Nirvana has released a video for the newly remastered version of Dumb, and it's from the upcoming re-release of In Utero. The clip does not include footage of the band. The 30th anniversary edition will include 53 previously unreleased songs and will be released on October 27th.
I understand the video is a man with a mullet on a jet ski heading towards...
Oh. I thought Eye of the Tiger played
Is
during
that what it was? Yeah. There may be some contention on that.
That was from Tiger King. That was so great. Previously unreleased songs, did I already say that? And be available on October 27th? I don't know. In Utero is Nirvana's third and final studio album and their first to top the Billboard 200. Originally released September 21st, 1993, In Utero has since been certified 6 times platinum.
6 times. 9 times.
There's new music available from Judas Priest as well. The band dropped a single called Panic Attack in promotion with their upcoming album, Invincible Shield.
They do a cover of the sitcom theme Step by Step.
Oh.
Yeah, which is really cool.
And very timely.
Yeah, with Suzanne Summers passing.
Yeah. About the new album, guitarist Richie Faulkner said it's always exciting to hear a new Priest track.
It's the new Priest track.
He said because they become Priest tracks when Rob Halford sings them, and you can hear that in Rob's voice right here.
He's a chameleon.
He went on to say the characteristic voice that we've heard for decades singing new stuff, it's an incredibly exciting time and thing, so I can't wait for the world to hear it. The new Judas Priest album will be out March 8th, so it's a little ways off. And then one last thing, Seven Dust previously released albums. Wait, no. Let's try this again.
Who?
7 previously released albums from Seven Dust will be reissued as part of a box set titled Seven of Seven Dust. It will be available in a collection of 7
They're just trying to make it difficult on you.
For $70.
Yeah.
Or 9 LPs for $200.
Kiss my ass 7 times.
The recordings range between 2005 and 2015 will be out on November 17th. And that is the last item I have in music news. That's it. All right, let's take a final break. When we return, we'll get that first letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. We hand the reins of the radio station to our very more than capable ringleader, Pierre Robert.
He's our Ben-Hur.
And he's going to get your chance to win with Crumb Bum Cash in that final week. We'll be back in a moment.
Stain on head.
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, did you get him? He said, no, the line there was even longer than the line here.
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all the
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh. Left. Right. Left. 2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to the dog.
That is not fair to the dog.
No.
Right. And
I mean, he's got to bark fast. You never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
did we even say the words skiing?
Nick just said
you did?
it.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Are you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh, my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
it
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a second. What just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
Smashing Pumpkins, 93.3 WMMR, Bullet with Butterfly Wings at 10:35 as we're wrapping up today's Monday morning radio program, and a chock full one it has been. By the way, it's
continued to be just a beautiful looking day today.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Can we
sunshine.
get some of this on the weekend?
62. No, I'm afraid that is too bold of an ask, sir. You're not going to get it. It continues rain day Saturdays. That's been October so far. And
Yeah.
we got more of it planned for now, so we'll see. Let's see. It could change.
It can.
The good thing is it's Monday and things can change between now and then. A lot of times forecast is a little bit tweaked by the time we get to the end of the week. But it's beautiful today. 62 degrees, a little on the cooler side, but lots of sunshine. I want to thank, first of all, we had Nick Piccone on, editor of PhillyInfluencer.com. Nice little chat about the viral videos that he's made. John Brazier. The activities start tonight at the ballpark. It's very exciting. And 8:07 start, but before that, there's all kinds of stuff that's going on for you to participate in, whether you have tickets to the game or not. Ari Shaffir was on. The Wrong Side of History tour is Saturday, October 21st, this Saturday at Parks Casino. Ari's great, and go see his show. And then finally, John Derenzi needs a kidney. No, seriously, a good friend of ours. His kidneys have failed, and he's going through dialysis, and he is awaiting a kidney donation. We had him and John Edwards, who's the clinical operations administrator of Gift of Life. And they came on to talk about essentially like the trade-up program that you can do. You can donate. If you don't match the person who you want to get a kidney for, you can actually help them get closer to getting that kidney by donating to someone else.
I had no idea this existed.
Yeah, it's a whole program, and
you can bump someone that you're looking out for ahead on the list by doing that.
I don't know about that, but
they actually said that. Yeah,
you bump someone ahead on the list.
Right,
I thought you said meant out of the way. I thought you were joking.
You could just take them out.
Pick and choose who you want on the list.
Stay out of the way here.
But it's the Gift of Life donor program, and there's an event celebrating John and getting the word out about living donors. That is going to be taking place at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly, and this will be November 18th. And we have the information available at PrestonandSteve.com. It's an afternoon event, too, 1 to 4, which is pretty cool. And then we have one. I told you those were all our guests. I was wrong.
No?
Michael is our last guest of the day.
Mikey.
Oh, wait.
Michael.
Hang on.
Michael.
Michael.
Michael. Michael. Michael. Michael.
Mike. Michael. Mike. Oh, Michael.
All right, with all of that,
Hi, Mike.
that's a bit of a build-up. Hi, Mike.
Good morning, Ed.
Michael, you sound pretty chipper. Why is that?
Well, I just won $1,000 for.
Absolutely correct. There's another winner right there of $1,000 for MMR's Crumb Bum Cash. Nice job, Mike. You got to be pretty happy about that.
Absolutely. Made my Monday, guys.
Oh, nice. Of course. What's your last name, Michael?
My last name is Regan.
Michael Regan. And where are you from, sir?
Robbinsville, New Jersey.
Awesome, buddy. All right, well, we are very, very happy to give you $1,000 in cash. You got some bills you want to pay with that, or is this all for fun? What do you think?
I'm going to play some golf on Sunday.
Oh, smart man. I love it. All right, Mike, congratulations. Thanks for listening, brother.
Thanks, guys. WMMR rocks.
That's another winner. And we're not done yet. It's the final week, but there are plenty of chances. It's the first day of the final week, which is pretty cool. And this man is going to shepherd you on to money territory today.
That's right. So this is our last week. So we had 25 chances, now 24. If you count 5 a day times 5, right?
Yep.
My math right?
Your math is correct.
5 times 5 is 25.
23 chances left now because we do it twice.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right.
Yeah.
You did it twice. Okay, 23. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So we have 23 more chances, possible $23,000. We want as much of that company-wide cash to go to you, dear citizens, as possible. Absolutely. So Mike was very happy. I'll have another opportunity coming at noon. Brent and I do one together at 3, and then Brent has another one at 5 today. Also, by the way, I want to thank everyone who came out to the AIDS Walk yesterday. We raised over $200,000.
Well, that's amazing.
Wow.
Amazing.
It was really nice. Great day, beautiful walk, wonderful vibe, and that was really cool. And then we'll have Workforce Blocks today for Billy Joel and Red Hot Chili Peppers for Flea's birthday and Grateful Dead for Bob Weir's birthday. And it's also National Bosses Day. So we'll I don't know what we'll do.
You're going to do Bruce? Is it a Bruce thing or a Bill Weston thing?
Or is it a Bill Weston takeover?
Well, like any of those things could happen on this program. Between now, as we set sail, as we leave the dock, one never knows where we're gonna, what kind of water we're gonna hit. Could be calm sailing, could be very choppy waters. I've hit many an iceberg on the journey.
You just spin the wheel.
Yeah, you spin the wheel and full steam ahead, and we'll see what happens.
By the way, if Pierre were to do a show with Bill, and then they would add Jackie, it'd be PB&J.
I love it.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
That could work out nice, wouldn't it?
The
Yeah.
one sandwich you would never trade at the cafeteria.
Ever, never, ever, ever.
I like that. Okay.
All right, we need to get a letter from you, too. You ready for that?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
B as in boss.
All right, B is in Boston. We have a 4-pack of tickets and a photo opportunity with Mr. John Cleese, which is pretty awesome. His show, An Evening with the Late John Cleese, is coming up Wednesday, October 25th at the Kimmel Center Academy of Music. And tickets are on sale now at kimmelculturalcampus.org. I'll take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University. WilmU.edu. Tomorrow on this program, this school, we're going to have Joe Gatto from Impractical Jokers.
Nice.
He's no longer one of the Jokers, but he does some stuff on the side on his own, so we'll talk to him via Zoom. We also have the Philly food tasting taking place with Courtney McBroom, who is the food consultant for Lessons in Chemistry.
This is that Brie Larson show that's on Apple
That's right.
Plus.
Yes.
Started watching it last night. It's really good, by the way.
Oh, good,
really
good,
good, yeah. We'll have Tattoos Day and some other things as well. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.